be live now? Right? Okay, cool. Oh, that's working. Let's get the music playing then. Right, let's get it playing. Alright. Let's get in on this. Alright, here we go. Right, let's go get that thing. Hi, Grimjaw. Yeah, you're first. Hi, Arctic. Welcome, welcome. A lot of stuff happened today. Lots of stuff to go over later. Lots of stuff, man. Alright, let's start with our daily stuff here. I'm doing like, raiding fire operations. Because I need the thingy for logistics. And then I'm gonna just destroy them all. I haven't seen it yet. I just know it was posted, but I haven't seen it yet. Don't worry, we'll look at it in a bit. Don't worry. We will. Right, we will look at it shortly. Alright, now we sell these. Right. Because I need my logistics stuff. Alright, now we go personal file. Too bad they're not giving us more entries for personal file. Oh well. What's here? Alright, so in like, what, 6 days I can get her to M1. That'll be nice. In about 6 days, we can get her to M1. Right. It's so nice how we can just do this with Freesha. Alright, we got 2 plus pieces, nice. Just what I like to see. Alright, we put 1 here, 1 here, 1 there. Put 1 of those there, that goes here. Right, and done. Easy. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. We got a bunch of stuff to look at today, man. Lots of stuff. Oh yeah, I guess I should post the thing. Oh, where's that post? We'll just pin it and share it around. Because it's quite something. Is this the base post? Wait, where is it? Was it that one? Oh, here. You can check the Pepegas here. I made that post earlier. I'll leave that pinned. I'll post it on the YouTube side too. For people. In message. And we'll just leave it there. That way people can see it. Right, we can do that. Because that's something to think about as well. Alright, let's continue with the stuff here. Alright, gotta claim the thing here. And then Fanny is over here. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Oh, music might be a bit loud. There we go. Right, we got all that done. At least Snowbreak Daily's done. The main things. But there's other shit I still need to do. There's other stuff I need to do. Oh yeah, there's stamina here. What else? Yeah, I need to finish my Gigalinks for the week, so we'll do some of these. Surely there are people who want to do Gigalinks. Alright, we just need another one. Alright. As soon as they're ready up, we're good to go. Alright. They just need to ready up and we're good to go. They don't need to change their character or whatever. We're all using different characters. Alright. I'll take the burning one. Because we don't need the other shit. Alright. More skill damage. More good. But yeah, let's keep going. Alright, more skill damage increase. Just like what I want to see. Let's see. That's also good. I get to just use my ult now, so I don't have to worry about animations later. Right, it's smart to use it on the elevator. Alright, let's see. I guess I'll take the paralysis one. I haven't seen the GTA6 trailer yet. Okay. Did you see the... Look at the at some point, share around the Reddit post I linked. It's quite something. If you... Yeah, I have it pinned as well. It's quite interesting. Just give it a look. It's kind of interesting how like this stuff actually is. It puts things into perspective. Like it does put things into perspective. I guess look at the HP restoration. Yeah, it's quite funny. Like how things really are when you really look into them. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? Oh, we don't do any shots. I'm not doing that type of damage. I technically don't, like, really use a lot of these things. No point in getting this stuff there. I mean, I'm the one who posted it. We're gonna look at something hilarious later. There's something really hilarious later to look at for a thing. You will laugh your ass off. We'll probably pull it up in like half an hour or so. After we're done with the Snowbreak section, I'll pull it up. Oh. Yeah. Alright, let's see. I did 62% of the damage. Nice. Alright, we gotta do another one. Alright, we just wait for them to ready up. Oh. We'll just get one more player. Just need one more person to fill in the last slot. Alright, we'll just wait for one more person. But yeah, there's like a bunch of shit happened today, man. Yeah, it'd be funny. Okay, let me change my character to J-Dark. There we go. Everyone using different character again. Ooh, thermal damage. Cool.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Alright, let's see. Electrical damage it is. Because Chenxing still does electrical damage. Oh, the other person DC? Oh, damn. Hopefully they reconnect soon.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Right, the person using Kacha DC'd. Yep. I mean, in the title, man. There are people that didn't read the title properly that have, like, reading comprehension issues.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Because I was specifically pointing out a specific category of things. And they were talking about, oh, reverse 99 or thing, insert other game here that isn't those. Doesn't have that problem. Well, yeah, because they don't have it. It's also not what's included in the group that in the title there. Alright, let's see. Frost damage. Don't need the other stuff. Well, other players DC'd.
And same as before.
Well, I didn't say what is better than the other. But some of the responses are like actually hilarious and delusional.
Nothing to be afraid of.
I think I understand why now people say, oh, insert game gear has no power creep. Because you know what? Having a gear variance of 25 to 50%? Oh, that's fine, you know? Having such a massive variance in power of like 25 to 50% from from overall raw stats. Yeah, they don't. But like, no wonder why they think, oh, no creep, it doesn't affect me. Power creep in all games affects everyone. It affects them in different ways. It's not just the people on the top chasing leaderboards or speedrunning shit. It affects everyone. And it's like once you understand how it affects everyone, it starts to make a lot of sense. Because like the thing is, right? If you have something that does 1 damage, right? And the new power creep does 1.25 damage with the same stats. How do you make the new thing do the same damage as the old one? Or rather, how much more resources do you need on the old one to match up onto the new one, right? Because like you can figure that out too, the investment difference required and the effort required, right? Because like the thing is, you can do in reverse too, right? A 25% increase over a base is the same thing as having, if you want to match the old thing with the new thing, you only need you need 20% less resources to get the same output if you're expecting the same result effectively, right? Because like if you figure it this way, right, if you're doing 100% before, but your new thing will do 125% at equal investment, the new thing also means that at a lesser investment, right, at 80% the investment, you can get the same result as the older thing. Because you have a 25%, you gain 25% more overall from each stat. Well, yeah, it's like a lot of them don't look at things for as they are. Or look past things and stuff. Alright, cool. At least I got my gigalinks done. I'm done with gigalinks for the week. That was a good way to spend the first 15 minutes of the quota. But yeah, Eggman's drama escalates further with his father getting trash talked. It is what it is, man. Crazy shit over there. That's their problem though, not mine. Right? Their crazy shit, not my crazy stuff. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at it later. Oh, don't worry, we're definitely gonna look at the Gotcha Enjoyer video later. That thing is something special. That Gotcha Enjoyer video is something special. It is a very, very special with what they cooked there this time. It is quite something. That's on the 15th? Okay, what else is here? He cried? That's his own problem. Yeah, let's go do... Right, there's this thing too. Far more buffs here. Do you get anything for, like, getting all the buffs or nah? I'll probably, like, save to do all these later at once. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's their own problem for, like, going after something that's, like, actually a lot more crazier with how people behave in that type of drama scene. He got too used to being the one to, like, manipulate and trick people in the gacha space. He thought he could take his stuff elsewhere. He thought he could take his stuff elsewhere. Where people actually do the shit for a living. And in a more extreme... In a far more extreme way. That have actual backing. Whether you like it or not. Whether you agree with it or not. He kicked the hornet's nest, so to speak. He thought he could do something, he thought he could win there. Because he got too used to manipulating people elsewhere. It is what it is. That's his problem. I mean, here's the thing. I would have to buy an Xbox Series or a PS5 if I was going to stream GTA6. Because Rockstar likes to double dip. And they'll do only console first, and then like a year later, a year or two later, they'll do the other version. No way would I buy a freaking PS5 or an Xbox Series to play one game like a year early. Ain't worth it. So the answer is no. The answer to that question is no. We'll look at it at least, but like, no. The answer to that question is just a straight up no. Unless someone gives me one, I'm not gonna go out of my way to buy one. It's not worth it. Definitely not worth it. Also, it's the type of game I probably don't want to play on a controller anyways. Though I don't really play much games on a controller anyways. Right, like, it's not worth it, man. Like, it's not worth it. And here's the thing, right? Considering how dated and the performance of the base level of the consoles, ideally you'd want to be using the quote-unquote pro versions, right? A PS5 Pro in Canada, without the disc drive and everything, is literally over like $1,000 before taxes. If I had the disc drive, that's like another $120, $130, and that still doesn't even include the game. And because it's a paid game, if I was to play it online, I would then have to buy PSN, which is like 200 something Canadian a year after taxes, if you think about it that way. So like, if I was to like pick up GTA6 and play it on release and deal with some of the other stuff in there, I would be looking at spending like $1,500 to $1,600 to play one game. That's the thing. One game. Right? I could literally go and buy, like the thing is, when you add up all that, like, you know, a 5080 is cheaper. I could buy an RTX 5080 for less. And I can make whatever I actually do use a lot better. Or something. Fuck, I could buy, like, a bunch of shit to, like, I could freaking set up a nice, new storage server with, like, 10 gig networking. Heck, I could freaking take apart my PC, put it in a completely different room, get fiber optic cables running around throughout my place, and with those fiber runs, right, I can then get like the actual docks to encode and decode the signal so I can get display, video, keyboard, mouse, USB in my own room with my machine completely in a different room. Like, I could have the computer completely in a different room anywhere. Literally anywhere. Right? So I would have zero noise. I could have all of that shit. And that would still be cheaper than all that other stuff I would need to get. So, like, yeah, if that puts things into perspective, there you go. Alright, thanks for the 1 million raiders. 1 million viewers, guys. Acme Studios, thanks for the raid. But yeah, if that puts things into perspective, it's not worth it, right? There's a lot of shit you could do with that money. In different things, man. There are things I could do with that amount of money. It ain't worth it to play GTA 6. To go buy the console and get everything else. Yeah, exactly. Why the hell would I, like, buy it to play it on release when it's like, I gotta buy this, that, and the other thing. And here's the other part too. It's like, I would not like I wouldn't have anything else to do with it outside of that. Because the reality is, I don't have shit that I would buy on fucking consoles anyways. There's no games there that I would want to buy and play on there. A lot of the time as well, when I buy games digitally, I like to use VPNs and fly to another country, so to speak, and just pay for a key in a cheaper region and use those. But like, being able to do that is far more limited on the fucking closed down box, right? And there's all the other shit too. I could. That's like what? 2 years of whaling? On like everything? Right? That's like 2 years? In order to like buy the console, buy the disc drive, buy the game on the disc, and then maybe buy online? Like to pay for like a year of online or whatever? Like, you think about the cost of all of that. Right? Like, the other thing too, like, I could buy a fucking gaming laptop with like a 4070 or 3070 or something in there for less than that. I could buy a full fucking gaming laptop with a bunch of other shit for less than that setup would cost to play GTA 6. There's a lot of things I could buy with that money when I look at it that way. Because yeah, like the freaking PS5 Pro alone, just the PS5 Pro with nothing else, is already $1,000. And that's before taxes. And that's with their shitty controller that will break down and drift. Because they're... Yeah. So I would have to like spend more money on top to also buy a better game controller as well. Also, I don't like the PlayStation layout with the analog sticks at the bottom. So I would have to make sure I would find one with offset sticks, which does exist somewhere. And I would deal with that. And there's like other... And I have to make sure that stuff has Hall effect. Because, yeah. The amount of stuff I would have to deal with, it's just not worth it. It's a lot more work and effort. And it costs way too much for what it is, too. So, like, the answer to that thing would be a no. Right, it's just too much. Oh, and that's like assuming they don't raise the price further beforehand. Yeah, but there's other requirements I need. It's not just they have to be offset, there are other requirements I'm looking for. I need back buttons. Because hands small thing. So I would need to wait to compensate for the size of my hands. Relative to the thing, because like it's not comfortable pushing the bumpers on any of these controllers. I always use grip buttons on the on these things. Actually, yeah, fun fact, you know my Steam Deck, right? I actually like 2 of the 4 back buttons on my Steam Deck are a bit jammed. I have to like one of these days like open it up and like unjam it because I use it so often. Like I actually jammed 2 of the 4 back buttons because of like how often like I grip and like actually press those. Also Hall effect sticks. That's the thing I also would be looking for. At like again like at the bare minimum as well. They would need to have all of that. So like it gets a lot harder. It probably does exist. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's also not going to be cheap either. To get exactly what I would want. Because no way in hell am I using a default stock PlayStation controller.
Objective complete.
No way.
According to plan.
And like the other thing too, it's like I would only be using it for just that. And then I would just basically not use it afterwards. So it's again, it's like when you add up everything, it's just not worth it. It makes no sense.
Nothing to be not enough to change anything.
Alright.
Nothing to be not enough to change anything.
Okay, cool. What buffs do we get here? But yeah, it's like... Again, that's a cost on top of everything else I would need. Right? Like, I'd probably end up spending like another, like, what? $150 on a controller on top of like all the other shit. So it's like, what? Console $1,000, controller probably $150. The game itself, considering price rises, in Canadian dollars, it'd probably be at least $110 before taxes, so probably around $130, $140 after taxes, right? Disk drive thing is already like 100 something because it's like 80 US. It is probably gonna be like 110 as well before taxes when like you add it up. Like where are we at now? Right, we're like at $1,400. And if I was gonna play it online, I have to buy the subscription, which depending on the period I play it for, even worse. Because PSM pricing shit too. It's really bad. So like we're looking at like $1,400, $1,500 at least before taxes. Just to get like the thing, just to freaking play the thing. Not worth it. Definitely not worth it. Alright, like the controller isn't even the biggest problem there.
Complete, all according to plan.
But it just adds more on top of everything else.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Alright. I'll take that one. We'll just unlock a couple more of the buffs. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just saying, I was just like making assumptions and saying things on why I wouldn't play it on release. Because it's just stupid.
Not enough to change it.
The amount of shit I would need to get first. And like the other thing too, it's like even then, I do buy the console and then what? Outside of that thing, I wouldn't do anything else with it.
Afraid of.
So I would also have to just deal with another paperweight taking up space. And plugged in, so it plugged into the wall. Ooh, we got another buff.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Oh yeah, that's not a problem. I can do that.
Objective
I have a
complete,
way to
all
do that
according
pretty
to plan.
easily. I can just temporarily reroute my audio so you don't hear the music channel. That's not too difficult. Alright, let's see. What can we grab now? We can get some more buffs here. And there's still that one. Right, and there's like all the other shit you can unlock outside of that. Because there's so many other buffs here, smaller buffs. So many. I'll do one more run here and then we'll switch category. Oh wait, not that one. Battlefield Sigma is what I want. At least farming for buffs is a great way to like to fill time for the quota.
Objective complete, all according to plan. This should be quick.
Great way to fill time for the quota.
Nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to
Alright. I'll take that one.
This should be quick.
Lots of buffs to grab here.
Not enough to change
The
it.
trailer looks kind of outdated. Maybe it's just the style they used. I don't know. Again, I haven't seen the trailer. I haven't seen it.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Right, like I haven't personally seen it, so I don't know. We'll see.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Alright, let's see. I mean, one was like pre-rendered, right? And one's probably more of what the game will actually look like. We'll see. Okay, so I at least got all the buffs up here. There's still other buffs to like unlock and to like farm and unlock to play around with at some point. There's a lot of stuff here. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright, we're gonna switch categories. Alright, let me boot up ToF first. It has dark colors and goofy moments? Okay. Well then. Good to know. Wait, which one is this one that is opening? Ah, right, because I was trying to like farm something else earlier off stream, but I couldn't get in. But yeah, you're gonna see something really. You're gonna see some interesting things, man. When gachas have to become fully transparent, everything will like reveal itself. We're just gonna go with this setting for now. Alright, let's get logged in. Alright, let me get my... Alright, let me get my alt logged in. Alright, we got dailies. What's my join ops? I also have to do my dream machines and stuff. And then there's password chest stuff too. I'll probably... Oh, dang, wait. Oh, my alt just got a free Robarg chest. Because it was at Robarg when I last logged off. Alright, give me a moment. I'm just claiming the auto explore stuff on my alt. Okay. Alright, so these are all my main has. Why is it lagging a bit when I open that up? Alright, I have some domain mine keys still. I'll just dump those. Because there's like nothing of value I could be getting there anyways. So it doesn't matter if I dump them or not early or not. Yeah, I have like 9 Signet 3s. Okay. Might as well go claim my rocks. what that is here. Surely Ying Zhao's alive. Alright, I'll see you around there, Yosei. Alright, let's go kill Ying Zhao. I think with Ying Zhao I just use... Yeah. Maybe I should just be using Nola Altered. I mean, this thing doesn't have that much health anyways. So I guess no real reason to try to ignore some stuff. Yeah, I still one-cycle it about the same speed as when I kill that other boss. The hell? Why won't it let me loot the thing? Weird lag on this channel, I guess. I don't know. Alright, come on. Surely there's another Ying Zhao there. Yes, there is. Right, Ying Zhao almost edge. Maybe I should just use a Volt, because then... Oh wait, I don't know if it actually has hidden Volt resist, because Ying Zhao himself is Volt. It might. If only he didn't jump back. He would have died faster. If only. Oh, there's no more of him. Okay. Oh, what are my dailies? These things... I guess we'll do dailies first. While we wait anyways. Might as well. Right, might as well be efficient about everything. Alright, I'll wait for my ult to get loaded into the out of bounds spot first. And I load my main. We'll look at the Gotcha Enjoyer thing in a bit. Because the Gotcha Enjoyer stuff is pretty hilarious. Hi, Bula Gamer. Welcome, welcome. Right, it's Gotcha's Enjoyer video on Power Creep. It's hilarious. And we're gonna look at it in a bit. I mean, yeah, there's not much. At least I got my mech skin. I finally got the mech skin, though. Right, I finally got the mech skin. The cool black one. So now I don't have to worry about getting it. I finally got it. We got it yesterday on stream. Right, we were like farming it like crazy and then we got the skin. I need to get caught up with the story on my alt though. There's just a little bit more stuff I need to do before 5.0 and then we're all good. I might go back and like actually try to finish all the exploration in some of the network maps just in case. Oh yeah. Just in case I can use it to get more data sources, I might. We can do that like later on in the week, right? We got a couple more days. Alright, what dailies do I have left? Alright, my alt needs WL6s. What does my main need? Small aberrants. I could probably find the small aberrants. There we go, my mains dailies are done. It's all nice when they're like all in the same spot. It's nice when they're all together like that. Makes everything easier. Alright, let's do joint ops. Alright, we just gotta do our joint ops. You're still at 62 shards. Yeah, it takes forever, man. We've killed it so many times. Keep in mind, I already had the full accessory drop from the thing for a while, right? You guys have seen I've had it for a long time. The actual like accessory. But it took me forever to get the freaking the skin. Like I think I killed the eye boss at least 50 times alone yesterday. Just yesterday alone, I think I've killed it at least 50 times. Which is pretty nuts. Right, at least 50 times yesterday alone. Kinda crazy when you think about it, right? Just yesterday alone, at least 50. Right, we spent like 3-4 hours just killing the eye boss back to back to back. Wait, which one of my posts got deleted? Oh, the one I made of the thing? It's fine. This one though is still up. Yeah. I mean, he got approved this the second time, so it's fine. They eventually were like, okay. Oh wait, no, that one was on a different Reddit. Yeah. On the whole crew there. Alright, let's go in here. No, you know what you show. Oh boy. Oh, they're just flying straight. Yeah. I mean, it'd be funny if, like, he does see it and stuff. Alright, we'll go loot this one. There's my vitality spent. Like, more gear that got dropped that we won't roll. We only do it to get the condoms. That's all we do it for. I'm only gonna farm like Ying Zhao specifically. Because my ult needs the things for the pet still. My ult needs the stuff for the pet. So like, that's why I'm like doing specifically Ying Zhao. Because it drops the mats. Alright, we'll look at the Gotcha Enjoyer video shortly. Alright, because like we have like 18 minutes to to wait for the boss to respawn. Oh well, there's that, and then there's like just event point farming that we gotta do. At least it's like the quick one that we do now. They don't need the other thing. There's a lot of stuff to look at, man. There's a lot. But you won't. We're gonna look at the peak content first. We're gonna look at the true peak of content. Okay.
Hello.
Oh, that's the video that we'll look at some point later. Which one is this thing? Okay. So, we're here, right? I saw this earlier, but it's just hilarious every time. Let me refresh the thing so we can see what's new.
The Wuthering Waves community is...
This stuff is peak. It's Gotcha Enjoyer. He's back again. Gotcha Enjoyer is back. Wuthering Waves actually has negative power creep now. You guys ready for peak? Because we got peak coming right now.
The Wuthering Waves community is currently imploding on itself, fighting about the most redundant shit due to the sheer lack of content in the current patch.
Yep.
And guess who is at the center? Just think about it. The anniversary is so dead that there's nothing to talk about.
Yep.
And how pathetic it looks for the first anniversary to be
Very
remembered by
pathetic.
this drama.
Yep.
The irony is that the one that is giving all these content for discussion in an otherwise deserted patch is the very person that Kuro Games themselves kicked out.
Yep.
And the community is reacting as if they are victims of a terrorist attack.
That they
Today,
are.
I'm here to prove that Wuthering Waves actually has negative power creep
Negative power
with
creep, guys.
mathematical calculations. Stay with me now. Imagine booting up a PvE game to fight against bots.
Yep.
And here they are, taking some pointless damage calculations seriously. But you know what damage calculations matter? Permanent damage to the brain. Look at this. A council of Kuro slaves with no critical thinking capacity. These are 30-year-old adults with the minds of a child. Their immature behavior of dogpiling and goalpost shifting is only observable in middle school kids aged 14 and below.
Age 14
Based on
below,
how IQ is calculated, we get the ratio of their mental age to their actual physical age.
Mm-hmm.
That puts this group at an IQ of 47.
Damn.
According to the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scales and the Stanford Binet Intelligence Scale,
You gotta
they are
love this.
clinically classified as retarded. There you go. The Wuthering Waves community is scientifically proven to be clinically retarded. We can therefore conclude that Wuthering Waves have a negative 53% power creep in IQ. You can find out more details in the Excel spreadsheet our team of scientists have created.
Amazing.
To think that this whole fiasco was started by Kuro Games themselves by kicking Meiji out. It is ironic to see that 100% of Wuthering Waves
100% of the
content this patch is generated by Meiji herself.
Yep, all the content is literally on Maggie. Maggie is single-handedly carrying the whole scene. Because I'm making content on her. Okay, here we go, here. In this video, our team of dedicated scientists have come together to solve the debate of power creep once and for all. We shall provide spreadsheets for all to verify the results too. You can find it here. Wuthering Waves players seem to exhibit a common trait. Incapability for mental development past the age of 14. They seem to behave like children, yet claim to live on Earth for several decades. This is the short episode due to the time constraints. The list in the spreadsheet is non-exhaustive, and future subjects shall be added too. What do you think about our team's research? Do you think negative power creep is even worse? Where does Zanny power creep distract players from her gas chambers? Look at their anniversary revenue. Will Kuro Games make cartilage overpowered in a desperate attempt for a cash grab? Leave your comments below. The IQ portion had me dying. Great stuff. Oh wait, there was an AI post here. I have to see if I can find it because it'll make you laugh. Because someone actually like had a thing. Wait. So like go to here, let me see if I can pull it up. Has image. Okay. So we're gonna go to this channel here on Discord. Cause there's a picture I need to show you guys. So this guy here that he was referring to posted this message. Something OpenAI, some more stuff. whatever, right? And guess what we translated to? Around here, people were translating it. And basically, it translates into this. Error. OpenAI API usage limit exceeded. Your post cannot be completed because you have run out of available credits to continue. Generating your 4-paragraph defense post in support of Kuro games. Please update your payment method. Visit openai.billing settings. .com/billing settings. Someone was literally caught using OpenAI to generate their post. And they ran out of credits. They ran out of credits. And it was like here, the response to the thing here. They ran out of AI credits. And when they got caught, they deleted their post. What did patches do to them? Yeah, peak content better than all the posts you see in video. Don't worry, in 2.4 they'll drop another story about gathering wives, rover, farming aura, and more sacrifices, and peak cinematics. Then people will start calling it the best story in Gacha Gaming Trust. And at the end, the heroine becomes the harem again, okay? So funny how every community Tectone touches implodes on itself within a year. I remember seeing someone say, I hope Tectone plays your game. The worst thing you could wish upon your enemy. Say Totest bots ready to attack the channel. How dare they talk about Wua and the community like this? How dare they call her God, Bobby, Leeward, low IQ? Yep, gotcha, enjoyer base as always. Again, like more and more of this stuff. What the hell, bro? Cooked hard. Yep, ending was diabolical. Steam Bun is... Holy shit, Steam Bun actually a camping gotcha enjoyer. Steam Bun is actually the gotcha enjoyer himself. I don't get where there's no power creep came from. Everyone's saying Woo isn't like Genshin, pulls any move. Every gotcha game will have power creep. I don't know why people keep denying this. Yep. But there is power creep. The fuck? They were pretty proven wrong. This tone test stream can be classified as the Idiocracy prequel. Yep. Good movie though, Idiocracy, good movie. Though Idiocracy feels more like a documentary than an actual movie. When you really think about it. It feels like a documentary in a sense. But yeah. And more here. Oh, Seko Poco was here as well. We could actually look at his reaction because I saw that thing too. We can pull it up. You wanna see his reaction? That was Miyagi. And they're like, oh, okay, it's like Gatio and Miyagi Glazer. Okay, sure. They can't even spell channel correctly. They said Chanel instead. That's not what they think it is. Oh boy, yeah. And then there's just so much more. This thing got like crazy interactions, man. But wait. Let's get the other thing here. It should be right here. This should be the Sekapoko reaction here.
The Wuthering Waves community is currently imploding on itself, fighting about the most redundant shit due to the sheer lack of content in the current patch.
Yeah.
And guess who is at the center? Think about it. The anniversary is so dead that there's nothing to talk about. And how pathetic it looks for the first anniversary to be remembered by this drama. The irony is that the one that is giving all these content for discussion in an otherwise deserted patch is the very person that Kuro Games themselves kicked out, and the community is reacting as if they are
So Maggie's at fault?
victims of a terrorist attack.
Yep.
But today, I'm here to prove that Wuthering Waves actually has negative power creep, with mathematical
It just gets
calculations.
better and better, man.
Stay with me now. Imagine booting up a PvE game to fight against bots. And here they are, taking some pointless damage calculations seriously, but you know what damage calculations matter? Permanent damage to the brain. Look at this. A council of Kuro slaves with no critical thinking capacity.
A council of Kuro slaves!
Yep, the council. It just gets better and better.
So funny.
These are 30-year-old adults with the minds of a child.
Yeah.
Their immature behavior of dogpiling and goalpost shifting is only observable in middle school kids aged 14 and below. Based on how IQ is calculated, we get the ratio of their mental age to their actual physical age. That puts this group at an IQ of 47. According to the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scales and the Stanford Binet Intelligence Scale, they are clinically classified as retarded. There you go. The Wuthering
It just
Waves
gets
community
better
is
and better.
scientifically proven to be clinically retarded. We can therefore conclude that Wuthering Waves have a negative 53% power creep in IQ. You can find out more details in the Excel spreadsheet our team of scientists have created.
We'll look at the spreadsheet after.
This fiasco was started by Kuro Games themselves by kicking Meiji out. It is ironic to see that 100% of Wuthering Waves content this patch is generated by Meiji herself.
Yep, all generated by her.
Might be the best content creator. That is a great video. Oh my god. That was so funny.
Yep, absolutely hilarious.
That was cinema as fuck.
Very cinema.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I will remember this my entire life. That was so good.
Right, it's just so good.
Oh my god, that was really funny. That's the funniest video I've seen like in a long time.
Yeah, all Gotcha Enjoyer videos are good, man.
Okay.
That's Gotcha Enjoyer for you.
What is it? What do you call it?
And this is his first time ever seeing Gotcha Enjoyer.
The Council of Kuro Slaves? Was that it? There were so many funny jokes in such a short time window. The Council of Kuro Slaves. That's a good one. Wow. It was too good. The power creep and IQ. The IQ of the guy that made this is great. I'm loving it.
The Cirque du Soleil, the Council of Kuro Slaves.
Okay, person says you is out of this world. Yeah, they're very funny. Here, I'm gonna do this. Hold up, chat. Here's what you gotta do. If you thought this was funny as fuck,
And then he goes and
okay,
subscribes.
I'm gonna be honest. I want to see more hilarious content from this person. Wait, I'll just dump this. Here we go. I want to see more funny ass content from this person.
Okay.
Because that was very funny.
So then he goes and posts his comment.
I was laughing so fucking hard, bro. Okay. Subscribe. And so is chat. Okay, go like and subscribe video. That shit is funny as fuck.
Yep, very funny.
Let's watch it again. I think one time is sufficient. Go like and subscribe. Still play what? Yeah, I was playing it yesterday. I play it daily.
But yeah, that's what happened. Right, we got the Gotcha Enjoyer thing. Of course. Right, you can't beat Gotcha Enjoyer peak stuff, man. Gotcha Enjoyer way too good. Not all of the videos I can, unfortunately, can I watch. There's this one I think it was, I didn't watch on stream, or was it this one? Because there were certain things in there that I would probably get in trouble if I'm not too careful. Because there were certain images that he showed. But you know, it is what it is. Still hilarious either way, Gotcha Enjoyer. Right, this stuff is great. Always good stuff. From Gotcha Enjoyer. Always good stuff. But yeah, the power creep calcs, here we go. Alright, here we go. Tectone, physical age, 43. Mental age, 14. IQ, 32.6. Classification. Damn. Power creep, negative 67.4%. Alright, who's next? Same tone test. 51. His physical age. Okay. Mental age 12. IQ 23 and a half. Again. Negative 76.5. Ethan, we got physical age 41. Mental age 13. 31.7. 68.3%. Negative. Cabinets is 37. Mental age 15. 40.5. The fuck? No way is Fob Master 17. I don't believe Fob Master is 17, man. That does not make sense, man. There's no way he's 17. This number makes no sense. Maybe he's like 27 or something, but no way he's 17. The other ones, you know what? Yeah. About 33, mental age 14, 42.4. Yep. And then missing stuff there. Alright, here we go. The physical age is estimated based on appearance, as people tend to lie about their age online. Oh, he's guessing based on their appearance. IQ range. Deviation IQ, 130 and above. Very superior. Actual percent included, 2.6. Theoretical percent included, 2.2. And then we have all of these ranges here. Okay. And then again, like, you have all this stuff here. Funny shit, man. Yeah, he's definitely in his, like, mid to late 20s. No way is he 17. He don't look 17, man. He definitely doesn't look 17. That would also be, like, he would have been, like, have to have been, like, when he started doing shit, he would have been, like, what, 11, 12 or something? Which, you know, he wouldn't be able to do. Right? Like, nah. This one, it's like, that is no way is that correct. That's 17. But that is just pretty funny. Either way, that is just pretty funny, man. Gotcha, Enjoyer, the goat as usual. Oh, boss is back. Let's do this real quick. Yeah, this thing might have volt resist. Yeah, this thing definitely has volt resist. Yeah, because that took 2 cycles. Alright, Ying Zhao about to respawn. Do we really only have 2 channels down here? That's kind of unfortunate if it's only 2. But like, yeah, it is what it is. Okay. I'm not in combat yet. I can switch. thing's almost dead. Oh, it didn't drop the parts on my ult. I guess we just only have 2 channels here. Well, I'll loot this anyways. Another assist module. Would have been nicer if it was a different module that dropped. But it is what it is. But yeah, it's just funny how like all that shit happened. But there's like other interesting stuff to look at after too. Well, yeah, cause like female dog, you know? If you know, female dog, that's the correct term. That is the correct term for a female dog. Right? So it's like, what's the word that fits? Like there's other interesting shit to look at. So other part of the title today. This is gonna be fun to look at. Let me pull it up. Right? Hoyo finally showing off the reality of the pricing of stuff. They're forced to like actually show what the things actually cost now. Let's go. You can finally see what the real cost is. Right? They're finally, just like I said before, $100 is 50.5. About $2 per pull. This is the reality, the real cost of everything. Yes. Oh, and then there's like another thing too. This is the reality. Soon other gachas will have this too. Oh yeah, there's also this. They're also gonna have this disclaimer here. The consolidated probability of obtaining 5-star event exclusive characters, including wish guarantees and capturing radians, is 1.103%. The cost of obtaining a 5-star event exclusive character may vary from $2 to $475.02 if purchased in US dollar. Just like I said before, this is the true cost. This is the true cost right there. Yeah, this is great. It's the EU thing and the US too. It's not just the EU. The FTC, I think it was, caught them. Yeah, ftc.gov. So we see Genshin doing it now, and then other stuff will follow suit. They have to be transparent now. But they're just talking about here, this is like an FTC thing. Right, on what happened. Right? And then combine it with the EU thing, and then now we have this. Right? Everything else will follow suit shortly, over time. But this is the reality. It's just like I've said before. They will actually have to be transparent now and show the true cost of everything. Right? Like, they'll have to now. No, they can't hide it anymore. Yep, they do. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Right? Now people are gonna be made aware of this. I feel like we can still complain that this is too small. That they're gonna have to increase the size of this to make it more clear because the font is too small. There's still an issue here. The font is too small, so we could probably report it to the EU to force them to make it bigger. And again, they have to disclose this part too. It has to be fully disclosed now. It would have to be fully disclosed. Right, so this will definitely have a huge impact overall. Right, it'll have a big impact. Right, they can't hide the scam anymore. They have to be transparent. They can't hide it anymore. They even have to show this too. If you don't have the resources, they have to show this too. Right in your face. They're next. Don't worry, all of them will have to do this. Because at this point, all you have to do is report them to the EU Commission or the FTC, and they'll have to do this too. They're gonna have to do it regardless. They're gonna have to comply regardless. They're just slowly rolling it out now. Oh, and keep in mind, these pricing is identical for WUA, by the way. Everything here is the same there. It's all the same. Because they copied the exact thing. I mean, they'll have to. Regardless, all of these will have to. Right? They'll all have to. So, like, they'll have to make a couple adjustments, but, like... It's not like they already don't do that here. They'll just have to put it in more places to tell you. Because, like, they already show pricing for stuff. Like, we already have had that for a while. But not all of them. They'll have to, like, spread it to everything. They're gonna have to expand it to more things. But yeah. Like, all of them will have to comply. Doesn't matter. Every single one will have to. Doesn't matter who or what or whatever. They will all have to comply. Which is good overall. It's good for everyone overall. They should all do it, right? Like, I've said this before. I've said it years ago. I say it all the time. Like, again. They should all be, like, held to this, so it's good overall. Oh, but there is something new here. Soon. Let me see if I can get this post. There's this one. Here we go. Dear travelers, we are required by law to age verify US players' accounts. The verification process will be rolled out to US players by May 20th. While login, if already have one, or account registration, please ensure to provide your age information by July 18, 2025. The failure to verify the result in account suspension, in-game friends and chat records will be deleted. No further notifications post-suspensions due to inaccessible account information required by law. If the verification is not completed by July 20th, 2026, the personal information of your Hoyoverse account will be deleted permanently. Yep. It's gonna happen. What's this one? What's this for post on here? Every gacha gamer who ranks on Hoyo for starting RNG clear grind must be mandated by law to play Summoner's thing for 100 hours. Okay. Oh boy. People like to move goalposts and stuff, and not just admit how this stuff is pretty awful. Wow, people downvoted because they don't like the reality here of what I spit out, that yes, power creep impacts everyone. You can compare it in the different sense too. Yep, they should all have 18 plus rating. The thing is, the reality is most of these people, even if they're over 18, their mental age is definitely way below 18. But yeah. Hopefully this shit gets shared around. This meme was like, I saw this meme and I thought like, you know what? I'll make this into a post because I thought it was funny. No, the fence went up again. Another wolf having thing with like another element. The fence was just went up. You still farming up? Been using the same set for 3 years. Yep. I saw that meme, I was like, you know what? Hey, I could turn that into something else. And I expanded all into like, why they're like stuck doing it forever. And yes, the probability of winning the lottery when you pick 6 different numbers between 1 and 49 is roughly 1 in 15 million. You're not gonna win. But it's a lot better than like 1 in 200 million, 1 in 320 million, 1 in 100 million. It's definitely a lot better than that, those odds. But like, that's its own other thing there. But hey, at least in the others part, you know, we'll get the thing, the other stuff going on. It is what it is. Funny stuff though. Alright, I know you guys sent a lot of shit to me. Let's give things a look. Over here. Was it stuff to react to? Oh wait, there's probably other shit too. But yeah, like the negative power creep thing is hilarious. But like, you know what you expect. That information, I mean, you can readily find that information pretty easily. I already did the math like a while ago on the probability. But like, you can do it yourself with pen and paper and check every instance of RNG. All the data is like available on the wiki. You can find all the data on this stuff on the wiki here. On like everything with like probability and everything. You can also check the Genshin one over just by looking at like various you can see all the data on the Honey Impact website as well. You just click on artifact set. You just pick any set, it doesn't matter. Right? And you can see data on 4-star and 5-star stuff like all over here. It's in a table. It doesn't take too long to like put this together because all of it has been figured out already. And it's like publicly available information. This is on Honey Hunter World for the Genshin stuff. The Muwa stuff is on their Wikipedia. Not the Wikipedia, their wiki. Right? You know, it's like available there too. This is the Wuthering Waves wiki. Again, you can find all that information here. As for like actually writing this shit out, like about 40 minutes to like fully type all this out. Yeah, like 40-50 minutes, and then I like to like put this out and like go over this stuff here. But yeah, like I do go into detail on like all the things here. But yeah, that's like a lot of the information is like old shit. It's not even that, man. It's not even that. Like, let's pull up my gear. Right, so like, let's say here, I have this much base attack, right? But like, that's 1612. Alright, each of these 1612. Right? And then how much other attack here? And another 1665 per piece, right? Right, times 3, that's already 10k base attack, almost. Right? We're gonna look at fixed pieces, right? Backpack. We're not gonna look. Oh, what's this here? 135. plus 1424. Alright, this piece, there's no attack there, so we don't, look at it. Here we go. We get another plus. How many of these are the same? Alright, let's 196 plus 144 plus 1529. And then we'll multiply it by, that's 1. We'll have to do gloves separately. That's 2. That's 2. Alright, then there's 2 of those ones. Does this one have the same thing? No. Right, those 2 are the same. And then we add, again, we're looking only at like the base flat stuff, right? 153. We're adding 1629. And then another 204. Again, we're only looking at like the permanent base stuff there. There's no base attack here. This one has plus 194. Again, we're only looking at the fixed stats. This one has another 208, and then there's another 128, then there's another 1179. Right, again, boots, 328. There's also another 1529. There's another 144. Exoskeleton slot, and again, another 128. Plus another 1179. And another 173. Alright, how many drugs have I used? Alright, that's 1, alright, let's see, times 4 times. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, we're still on, like, before I even look at stats, the other stats. And then here, there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 25. And then there's still more from exploration. Wait, it was the main 9 where they started doing the drug thing, right? Drug thing didn't exist until what? Joltville, I think? No, it's not there yet. There's a 25 there. Another 25. And then another 25, so that's... what? There's 3 of them. And then, wait, there's more. So network map. There's 25 there. Right, this is from exploration stuff. 25. There's another 25 there. And then there's another 25 there, plus another 75. There's more still. Suppressors now. I have plus another 1009. Right, backpack. Where does it say the thing here? Oh, here. I have plus another 964. Okay, and then plus 85 times how many characters? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 40, yeah. 40. Okay, yeah, 40 of them. I have 40 characters there with the thing. So I have... How much attack, flat attack do I actually have then? Thing. Divide that by 44,814. Minus 1. So about 1/3 of my stats is actual gear. 1/3 of my stats. Oh, I don't have those upgraded. Don't worry. I don't have all of them upgraded. I only counted what I had upgraded. That's why I went back and subtracted the 2 at the end after. Don't worry, I already factored that in. I only counted what actually thing, yeah. That's why we went from 42 back down to 40. I'm like, oh wait, yeah, never mind. We're at 40. But yeah, that's about 1/3 of my total stats. And the thing is, in the next patch, right, we're gonna go back to the number we had before. Oh, what was that number again? The 29,227. Right, we're gonna add 750 to that. Right, we're gonna be at this one, and there's gonna be another, like, what, 4 or 5 more drugs? Plus another 125. And there's, like, another, plus 25 from exploration. Right? So we're gonna have that thing, and then again, we divide that on the 4, 4, 8, 1, 4. We're gonna have to obviously add that 750. We're gonna add that 125. Right? We're gonna have to, like, add this shit back in. Oh, we also added another 25 to that. Right? Because again, like, we're gonna be fair with this. Right? And then, again, you subtract it from 1. Right? The 34.7 now becomes 34%. Over time, the more flat attack sources we get from, like, permanent shit, the less we actually rely on the stuff from here. And then if I eventually get all of this stuff upgraded to the next enhancement level 2, I'll get more attack that way. But yeah, hi Quark. Right, like, you get to see, like, the actual amount of stats I have from that thing. Right, like, it's only about 1/3 of my stats. Right? It's only about 1/3. It's from the actual gear substats right now. Over time, that 1/3 is going to be reduced further and further. I'm gonna guess by the time we hit, like, 8.0, the actual substat value of our gear will probably only be worth, like 10% of our overall stat total by the time we get to that point. Right, in, like, 4 years from now, some stats will only be worth, like, 10% of our total stats. Right now, it's about 1/3. Because they keep adding more and more external gear shit. Right? We have this stuff here right now as well. And then we're gonna have even more stuff in the future. It's just gonna get diminished further and further the more they tack on. And this is assuming I also don't get more simulacras for the plus 85 attack. Which I definitely will. Right? I still haven't finished all of the ones that I do have already. But yeah, like, that's just the reality of the things there. Right? It's just gonna be further diminished more and more as time goes on. Surely Echo Trials is alive. yeah, of course, more will be released, right? More and more get released, the more that stuff gets pushed around again. And yeah, it's like by the time we hit like 8.0, substats will only be roughly 10% is my estimation of our total stats. Roughly 10% or so. Which is kind of funny, just like how much more we're just gonna gear creep out of it. No, it doesn't matter. If they make Super Titan, it doesn't change anything. They have to replace our gear entirely. So like, here's the thing. For that value to change, they can't make Super Titan. They have to replace this stuff entirely with new gear with higher stats. With like higher stats like at its base. So unless they raise the cap of substats and move the range across the board by having us basically replace all the base pieces here, that's not gonna happen. They would actually have to like replace all of this stuff. All of this would need to get replaced. Because adding more levels isn't going to do that. It's only gonna just make it so the substats overall impact is even reduced further. Maybe. You know, that's another way to look at it. But yeah. Like, the impact there is going to be reduced even further. Again, like, just the stronger we eventually end up becoming. That's just how the things are. It's funny when you look at it that way, but that's just reality. Which is fine. You know? Nothing wrong with that. If anything, it's like better in the long term. Because like, again, we'll just they'll be less impactful. Yes. Here's the thing, right? We technically have our gear upgraded infinitely. I mean, it's the same kind of deal here too. The difference is the upgrades is on top of the base. And it's not involving us actually replacing the gear. Because, like, you could have gotten this piece of gear 3 years ago, and it's not going to change anything if you got the same piece of gear today. Right? Like, we're only upgrading over top the base. And we're not replacing the base. So the only way that distribution value would change is if they actually just change our base to increase its value. They would basically have to make it so all the substats have a higher stat out the gate. Which they're not doing. That's part of why we can keep using the same gear for 3 years. If you had something that like just rolled good enough all the way back then, it's still gonna be relevant today. I mean, that's eventually what they're gonna do, right? They're slowly throwing it out the window. Because they keep adding these gear systems, over time, they're just throwing it further and further out the window. But they also said they want it to be less RNG heavy with that anyways. I forgot which post it was, but like, they did say that was their goal. To reduce the amount of RNG overall. So, like, it does fit in line with that. Right, when you think about it, it does fit in line with what their goal is. To reduce overall total RNG. So I say it all checks out. What do you think? Right, like, they're just gonna slowly reduce all of our reliance on the things eventually. So, who knows? Maybe one day we'll just have no substats at all to rely on. We know that their next game in NTE won't have any substat range RNG, just if the substat drops or not. That's the only RNG there, if the item drops or not. And like the other games around it too, are like they're also shifting to that approach, right? Duet Knight Abyss is the same. Arknight's Enfield, they're doing a similar approach there too, where they're shifting all of it like away from that type of stuff. Oh, I screwed this up. No, there is still RNG. The RNG is if the item drops or not. That is false saying it has no RNG because it does. Yeah, they're gonna have to simplify it at some point and like come up with a better way for people to catch up. The seasonal gear thing, like being upgraded like this, is honestly good overall for players. Because, like, again, like, it reduces the RNG a lot, which is great. But they're going to still need to make, they're still gonna need to simplify it down the road and clean things up there. But, like, this type of thing, it does benefit everyone. It's not perfect, but at least, no matter what, you're always gonna get stronger over time. And you have something to work towards. Right, like you can look at it that way too. It's like something to work towards. Not perfect, but, you know. Yeah, you don't get cucked by upgrading. You don't have to worry about the RNG hell. At least for the original base pieces, it gives newer players or returning players, they can at least catch up on that. But yeah. And the thing is, because the stats are all specific, it like, again, like, it just simplifies things a lot further. Because it's like all like fixed. That part of RNG is just completely thrown out the window. Which is just great overall, again, like I said. And like, yeah, that's how we can still use the same piece of gear after all this time. Alright, we can go look at this video while we wait for like the next boss to spawn. The downward spiral of Genshin Impact's endgame, and then we have like a lot of stuff to look through. A lot.
Hello there. You know, the last time I made a video talking about the in-game in Genshin Impact, it was about 6 months ago now. I'm sure a lot of you didn't even realize it had been that long, but trust me, I've been counting every painful minute. I said a lot of things in that video, and if you haven't seen it, I encourage you to go watch it. It's not 100% necessary, but you might be a little lost if I reference it. That being said,
you would rather see some in-game way to grind to catch up. Yeah.
And at that time, the Spiral Abyss actually wasn't that bad. It had mostly petered.
So like, here's the thing, right? Here's what they should be doing instead. Honestly, there's like a nice, easy way to fix that and give the people the grind. All they have to do is do this. So you see the commission area here, right? Don't reset this every week. Do not reset the shop. Instead, increase the purchase limit. That way, for every week that passes by, just raise the purchase limit instead of refreshing it. That's all they have to do. And it solves that problem. And just increase the purchase limit. That way people can eventually get caught up. For like all of these. Either that or phase out a lot of the old equipment upgrades. Give it to everyone as a base. Honestly, they should just delete like level 1 through 60 from gear. And just give it permanently to everyone as a base. The first 60 levels of the equipment. Just give it to people as a base, like, just permanently. Or, like, actually, even for another idea, right? We have this with the supercomputing. What they could do, actually, take all our modules and just, like, remove the levels here. And just put, like, a button here. Integrate it into this, and you just put a bunch of modules in. And it just raises all the stats equally, so people can get caught up. I just give people, like, everyone, like, level 70. And just make it so, like, they have different experience values based on the item you put in. So, like, you could have purple have more experience value than blue, and yellow more experience value than purple. And you just simplify it all into one material. And just replace this button with that, and put it next to supercomputing or something. And then, like, people can click on it, you just give them a tutorial where it's like, you get this equipment, and then, like, everyone gets all the enhancements. Yeah, start the commissioner with, like, out with 8 weeks worth of stock. Not 8 weeks, give them, like, 4 months. Start it out with 4 months worth of stock, honestly. And then just raise it every week. Until it, like, hits a thing where, like, it makes no sense to even bother anymore. And then, like, make it so, like, once the equipment hits level 50, then, if we do it that way, they don't take blue anymore, they don't take purple anymore. Maybe you can just make it so purple and the blue ones can be exchanged for, like, gold or whatever. Or crystal dust. That could be a good idea. Make it so it's like, after you hit level 50, the gear doesn't take purple and blue anymore. And you can exchange it for crystal dust. And then they can use that to go buy whatever else they need, or want, or whatever. From there. So, like, you just completely phase it out, instead of these things still needing the purple shit. Because the reality is now you're bottlenecked by the yellow stuff anyways. So it's not like this shit matters. But it would also simplify it for everyone. Yeah, like, just nuke the entire thing. That's why I'm also like, just give everyone, like, level 50, delete all the purple and the blue items. Right, just delete it, and then just only use the purple one to upgrade it further. Another purple, the yellow one. Right, just simplify it. They could just simplify it that way. And then, like, maybe over time, if, like they're about to raise the base minimum stat roll to 58% of the stat overall. Honestly, at some point, they should just raise it to, like, 90-95%. Or give it, like, fixed max, like the percent stats rolls are on, like, the Vera gear, because, like, more and more over time, the actual value of those main stats is, like, worthless. Like, not the main stats, the substats, it's not worthless, but, like, the actual overall value is reduced further and further the more gear they keep adding on top. The more seasonal gear. And, like, they don't need us to keep chasing the gear treadmill forever anyways. Because, like, we're already logging in weekly to get the materials to go enhance these things further. So, like, there's no real need for them to do that. They're just gonna keep raising the gear stuff further anyways. And the benefit of power creeping the gear that way is, like, no matter what, everyone gets stronger over time. Everyone does. So it's like their thing, if they're using something that's older and weaker, they can still maybe make use of it with more stats. Instead of just immediately just straight up replacing everything. But yeah. They should do that. Alright, let's get back to this video though.
Out into a even sync of about 2.8 million health per Spiral Abyss. It was relatively easy to get yourself in there with a pretty well built team. Get in, you get out, 20-minute adventure, 36 stars, and move on with your life. You might have a rough day every now and again, require more than 10% of your brain. You might actually have to open one of your eyes this time, but you know, is what it is. That is not the case
I don't know,
anymore.
maybe in the server, I don't know.
For the longest time in Genshin Impact, the Spiral Abyss has had a tendency to draw from mechanics of whatever the current region in the game is. We've seen this a lot with, for example, Sumeru, encouraging you to have a lot of Dendro reactions, or Dendro team, or you need to apply Dendro to this enemy to weaken them, like, for example, the Jade Bloom Terror Shroom. We saw this back in Inazuma, with the heavy emphasis put on energy recharge in the region, and the new High Tide, Low Tide Abyss, which to this day is some of the most painful shit ever made. And even after that, we had the Corruption and Corrosion Abysses, which, for those of you that weren't playing 4 years ago, be lucky you didn't have to deal with.
Oh, the corrosion shit that just constantly drained your health and you needed to heal it. Either that or you had to brute force it and kill everything really quickly to not die. I remember that.
that bullshit. Even all the way back in Genshin Impact version 1.0, when Venti and Mondstadt and CC was a huge deal,
Yep.
the old veteran players still quiver in their boots at the memory and the terror of what they experienced on floor
Yeah, it
11,
was hell.
12, having to protect that godforsaken totem lest their 36-star clear crumble to ash along.
Yeah, a lot of Genshin 1.0 to like 2.0 Abyss before 2.0 was literally just you had to defend this totem in the middle and make sure it doesn't die. And the health would be shared on both floors. And you'd have wave after wave of mobs to AoE down. And you'd have to group them. And yeah, the best thing to use was Venti. Because Venti would just suck all the enemies together so that you can just nuke them. And in the other half, you had to cope with whatever was left. So people were doing shit like using Animo Traveler sometimes. People were using Geo Traveler to just block the totem. To physically put barricades to block it. Like, people were putting up barricades back then. They would literally build barricades. Because it wasn't timer-based to hit the thing. It was, don't let the crystal in the middle take too much damage. So people were literally building barricades. They would use using Geo Traveler and Zhongli to build barricades. There was the other strat of like using Jean's hold skill to yeet things away. Like that was like 1.0 Abyss. I don't know. I don't play Genshin anymore. But that was like what 1.0 Genshin Abyss was about. You had to do freaking crowd control everything. Yeah, they built a big, beautiful wall. Yep. And he's just describing it. I remember those days. Painful memories, man. That shit was painful. Because, like, you only had one Venti. And if you didn't pull Venti, well, fuck. You're fucked.
With it. And while it might not be anything new, I just want to go out and say it. Natlan mechanics in the Spiral Abyss are some of the most painfully insufferable things I've ever had to deal with. And that is coming from somebody who currently has every single Natlan character aside from Chaska, so I can only imagine what it's like for somebody who doesn't have the characters. But before we continue, it's time to pay my editors. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a cheap guy. I like to save as much of my money as I possibly can. And that really doesn't line up well with gacha games. For that reason, when I decide it's time to spend money, I use LootBar.gg. LootBar.gg, allowing you to purchase it. In of payment methods, you can ensure that your payment is secure through something like PayPal. And with its many collaborations with other content creators and its glowing review, for a new user, you'll receive a 10% discount on your first order. And with that old mechanic, lovely back into the video. Because you see, when Natlan came out, they decided they were going to introduce this lovely new mechanic called Night Soul Blessing State, which essentially puts a character in their elemental skill or elemental burst state in a period of time where they can consume a new currency that will empower them in some way, shape, or form. Well, it turns out that the consumption of Night Soul not only affects you, but it affects the enemies you're fighting. We can see this with the Way Cubs, who generate a massive shield that then gets destroyed once you hit them with Night Soul points. Or you can see it in the elite purple glob enemies whose name I can't be bothered to remember right now. This makes it so that if you want to actually counter these enemies, you are going to need to bring in Night Soul characters to make it significantly less intensive on your account. Now, while it is possible to do it without them, you would need such an absolutely massive amount of elemental application to break the shield, it's probably not worth it as you're going to chew into your Abyss time. And the devs clearly knew this was going to be a problem because they waited all the way until now to make it a heavy focus of the Spiral Abyss. Now that Natlan's been out for about half a year, they're introducing more and more mechanics and more enemies into the Spiral Abyss that require you to bring in Night Soul characters, which is an issue because most people didn't really pull a lot of the Natlan characters. Now, there are a couple of exceptions like Setlali, Zillinan, and Mavwika. They're really not enough because most enemies that have a Night Soul shield, if you want to destroy them, you're gonna need 2 characters, and this is a problem because if you're not paying for one of the 7 premium Natlan characters,
so you need 4. You need 4 of them.
Or if you only get Veressa, who for some reason can destroy an entire shield by herself in 2 seconds, you're going to have a lot of problems.
They create the problem and then sell you the solution. Create the problem, sell you the solution. Classic. I mean, shit's why it's not even worth doing this content. Because the cost to do it versus the reward you get out is so bad, and the break-even point is so awful, that, like, there's no point in even bothering at all. There's no point. Because, like, if you have to pull to do it, you're wasting your resources. And you're also wasting your time. So you just don't bother at all. That's the reality. That's the true answer here. Don't even bother at all. Just give up. Right? Just give up.
This is because a significant majority of the enemies want you to have at least 2 Natlan characters to comfortably clear it, meaning you're gonna need 4 of them.
Right? Just watch when Wuwa does it with their new debuff thing too, right? That they had their big power creep too. The only winning move is to not play. Exactly. When you start thinking about it logically, the best thing you can do is not even bother at all with how bad the stuff is. And the other thing too, right? If you're not gonna pull anyways, you don't value the shit rewards that you get from clearing the thing anyways as well. You don't value it anyways if you weren't going to pull.
Total if each side requires you to bring in a Natlan unit, and that really sucks. Players don't want to deal with that. We've seen the same complaints come from previous abysses. For example, pretty much any abyss that has a Lector in it. But if you were playing all the way back
God,
in
I hated
version
the Lectors
1.4
too.
when the Abyss Lector got introduced, then there's a high likelihood you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember.
Players don't like these gimmicky kinds of shields. They just add artificial difficulty, making it to where I'm not able to actually damage the enemy is not fun. That is lame. It's like the equivalent of making an enemy that has 20 seconds where they're completely invulnerable, or they fly around in the sky and become completely unhittable if you're not one of the 3 worst DPS characters in the game. But you know.
Oh yeah, they also did that a lot too back when I played Genshin. Even more reasons why I'm like, why the fuck am I even dealing with this shit?
You know what? I can deal with the gimmicks. I can deal with the gimmicks pretty easily, actually. But what I don't care for is the HP bloat. For those of you that don't know, in my last video, I made a comment about how in version 5.0, a significant amount of the elite enemies in the Spiral Abyss had around 450,000 health, meaning a Knich.
I mean, hey, here's the thing, right? At least Puppet Singer started by God. And the only stage, what was it? Sequential stage 7, or I think it was? Was it 7 or 8? Was like the only time you got to see Puppet Singer in sequential? You don't have to worry about it ever again. Yeah, 8. Okay. Yeah. It was so long ago that I dealt with it, it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about it. The thing is, though, the way they actually, like, have stuff set up in sequential, there's actually, like, a graph on, like, the actual damage needed to clear. The gimmicky sequentials actually need less damage. I forgot where I saw the graph before. But like it was shared around in Afro's Discord from time to time. But basically, the ones that weren't just a regular DPS check, they basically like had a thing. Oh wait, where is that creep for sequential? Here. This is sequential here. You notice how the number goes down occasionally, right? It goes down for the gimmicky sequentials, basically. And this is what you would do to brute force it. Right? And keep in mind, though, like, this is, like, before Domain 9 era. This is, like, not Domain, yeah, this is, like, around Domain 9 era here. And then, like, early 4.0 here. Right, like, and then we're here right now. This is kind of like the thing of the stuff going on here. This is the new sequential stage. Keep in mind though, it's kind of in like we've basically been overpowering it even with like base shit for a while, right? But like this is basically how sequential has scaled, right? Keep in mind though, like again, like sequential stage 9 is like 12 billion damage you need. The only reason why there's a big spike on stage 10 is because it becomes drastically harder if you don't if you ignore the mechanics. But if you do the mechanics, the actual damage requirement is actually lower than 9. It's because like the Nanyan weird shield thing is like a is like a hidden damage reduction modifier that goes away for a minute once you destroy her shield. Like the special shield bar. And that's why. That's why like there's that big spike. And that's why like 11 is a lot easier than 10 and 12. Because like the reality is if you did the mechanics, it's like over here. But basically this is the damage you would need to ignore boss mechanics. For sequential. Like this has been like the list overall. 15 15 should be pretty easy to understand why it's like that, because that was like the hive mother, I think it was, right? 15 was the hive mother, and if you could just like if you just constantly destroyed the shield, the thing died really quickly. Like people were like easily with like with weird old Nanyan main DPS comps, like opium shit, where like we're speedrunning it in under like a minute or less. We had people doing weird shit to speedrun it in a minute or less, like pretty easily, because of like the mechanic there. Was it 14 was the mother? I thought it was 15. Either way, it's like this is just like the way the stuff scaled, right? Like here's the thing, we still didn't have full Titan yet. By the time the patch that was released where we had all Titan gears available, was around, I think was it 16 or 17 release? But like, we were basically still overpowering it with like, with stuff like plotty and shit back then. Like, with like plotty batch units. But like, this was already around the time of like, what? Nola's already been released. We got this thing. And then, again, like, as we get supercomputing upgraded too, right? And then now we're here at, like, 11 billion to clear stage 21. This is assuming we ignore mechanics. This is also ignoring the resistance, the boost of your damage from resistance. So, like, this is just the raw damage on Cactus, before resistance is factored in, that you need to clear all these stages. Right? Your raw damage going out. Right? Like, assuming you had 0% resistance ignore, 11.7 billion will be what you need for 21. Right? And like, keep in mind, right? The whales on the top end, there are people with like fully min-max stuff doing over 30 billion. No, it does not. Because the Nanyan shield doesn't work that way. It's a different multiplier. It's not an actual shield multiplier. It's the same as like, you know the raid bosses? You know the event raid boss modifier? Or the one that's on Tao Tai? The one that's on like on Ying Zhao and stuff? It's the same modifiers on those bosses. The raid bosses that you can't do damage to. It's like, it's a hidden modifier. I've heard some people call it the defense modifier in the past. But the only attacks that can actually bypass that is Altered Nola's second skill and Fenrir's damage to the clone. Resistance ignore works, but they still have a resistance stat. But it does not ignore the defense stat. So like there's a resistance stat and a defense stat. Remember the events we've had in the past? Where you had like the monster boss that you could upgrade the stats to and fight the other player's boss. You could upgrade their attack, their HP, resistance, and there was also a defense stat, which is just a raw damage reduction modifier that you cannot interact with normally. But for some reason, Fenrir's damage to the clone. Okay, so you missed those events, but like there's another hidden damage stat that is completely inaccessible. But for some reason, Nola's second skill in altered mode completely ignores it. There was also one round of Origin of War where they put it on everything. Like there was like a season of Origin of War where basically everything had 95% resistance and they had the 95% damage reduction from that. And this was before Nola released. So people were using Fenrir Saki. It was like, I think it was like It was like the 3.8 or the 3.7 Origin of War season, I think it was. Where basically everyone was using Fensaki, or you had to use the buffs from Origin of War, you know, the fixed damage ones? Those ones also ignore that modifier. Those buffs also ignore it, like the damage proc. So that was like the only way people did damage in that Origin of War season. They were using Fensaki on top of that thing. Because it completely bypassed that weird reduction. Because otherwise you were doing, you know, 5% of what your damage would be. Because I gave it like a 95% damage reduction modifier on top of 95% resistance. It was really, really dumb. But they have done that before. They typically only do those for like Asurada raid, the Tao Tai raid, you know, all those raids where you're not supposed to do damage but mechanics. The Ball raid has it too, right? The Scorpion raid has that in effect, right? All of those types of raids. Yeah, it's easier this season. This season of Origin of War was way easier than last season, yes. They gave it higher resistance, but they lowered the defense modifier. Basically, the current season had a lower defense modifier than last, but they raised the resistance stat. But because you can, because of like how easy it is to stack to a point some resistance ignore, in practice it's easier. Yeah, that's because they changed the defense modifier. That's how they actually adjust it. So, here's the thing. Origin of War 100% and Origin of War 2000%, they have the same HP. They have the same HP at 100% and 2000%. What they actually do instead is when the season passes, they lower the resistance of everything in Origin of War, and they lower the defense modifier. So it gets easier over time. But the thing is, the actual defense stat that's hidden and the resistance stat, it's whatever the fuck Hana decides it to be every season. The number is literally just pulled out of their ass, because sometimes we'll have like 75% is the 2000% difficulty, sometimes we'll have 95%, sometimes we'll have 85%. It's whatever the fuck they decide it to be. They change it all the time. Every season. There's no, like, true, like, fixed number. They change it all the time. And depending on how those numbers are distributed for that, it's either easier or harder. It's just whatever they feel like. But the HP stat on bosses doesn't change. It's always the same regardless of the difficulty. You'll just do more or less damage. That's how they balance it. It's quite an interesting way to balance the content, don't you think? Instead of just increasing the stats in there, they just decrease it over time, or they just change it whenever they feel like. But yeah. Typically, those seasons where they have higher resistance but lower defense modifier is when they release when the unit batch is going to have resistance ignore. They'll raise the enemy resistance but lower the other modifier. But then they'll do the opposite if it's when they release a unit that does not have resistance ignore. That's why like the previous season before the current one was harder than it is now, because that batch from Meryl, Sarada, Claudia, Grey Fox, they had no resistance ignore at all. But the batch right after, right, all of them have resistance ignore. And because of that, instead they changed it to be lower defense modifier, higher resistance. At least that's like the pattern I've seen over time. It's typically to like match whatever the thing is going on there. Like however they decide to like handle a batch of units. If it's res ignore, they're just gonna have higher res targets but lower the other thing. If not, then it's reversed. Well, that's because 4.7 Origin of War was for 4.6. That's why. It started in 4.6 and bled into 4.7. The current Origin of War we have now started in 4.7. Goes through this entire patch. That's why. Did you forget that? Like, the Origin of War seasons don't line up with, like, anything else. The start and end dates are just, like, what the fuck? They don't ever line up with anything. Like, since when have they ever aligned up with anything? They'll start in the middle of, like, one patch and then end like, a patch later in the middle of that. But because you felt it through most of 4.7, you know, that was like designed around Claudia. Well, not really designed around Claudia, but like it was for the Claudia match. Yep. Yeah, because again, when it's high res, it's easier. High res is easier because you can ignore it. Yeah, 4.5. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's like when they ended it. It's just because weird transfer carryover. Because, like, CN got it to match that thing, but, like, global weird. Don't worry about it. We just got ours, like, started... Ours just started a bit later. Right, hi Fabex. Because, like, it was meant for CN, I guess I should have said that. It's just that because our patches are shorter than CN's, it got pushed to that patch. That's what I meant to say. Because our patch cycle's shorter than CN. Right? Because, like, we end up having the same shit as CN's Origin of War, just with global stats. It just happens later. I think that's what that's what I meant to word it as. So if you look at it from that way, it makes sense. It was, like, for Claudia batch still. Well, yeah, because, like, again, look at how many days our patch cycle is, and how many weeks Origin of War is. Right, like the current season of Origin of War, like how many patches did it go through? Right, this was March 12th. This was during Entoria patch, was when it was released. Right, this was about the same time as Entoria, right before it. Like, it's like our entire Origin of War stuff is a mess because of that. Right, it's like this literally went through 2 banners. This literally covered 2 full banners. But it's not really supposed to. And that's why that thing is like that. Like, all our shit is just like, it is skewed a bit. Yeah, 2 months. Right? Our freaking banners are like what? Right? Like, how long was Entoria? Entoria was 1 month? Roughly? Just under a month? How long again was, Carrot banner? About 30-something days? Yeah, now you see it. Because of our weird patch cycle. Was it 6 weeks? Really? Didn't feel that way. Either way, you get the idea. Our like Pepega patch cycle, it shifted when we got our Origin of Wars. It didn't line up with what CN had. Because CN had the longer patch. Again, because like they were like squeezing things. Okay, yeah, 25th of February to that? Yeah, fair enough. But again, it's like, you see it now, right? You see what I mean now. It was intended for a different batch. And because that batch did not have res ignore, they had lower res but higher the other damage reduction modifier. But this one's easier because we have Resignower. But the shield thing is like, it depends on whatever boss they decide to throw in. Because the shield ignore doesn't really come into that much into effect. And like, it doesn't like impact how they balance that thing. And besides, if they really wanted to favor shield ignore, the only thing it would do is boost up Nonyan. They would just make us keep using Nonyan. Which, I mean, yeah, Nonyan Frost is still, like, dumb in Origin of War because of that, but yeah. It's just weird game mechanics, man. But, like, yeah, typically this is just how things have been. Keep in mind, like, this is, like, kind of in line with whatever the creep is, a little bit. This is also adjusting with gear creep, too, not just individual unit release, right? Like, this is gonna be released when we have the new gear system, right? Where we get, like, plus, what? Plus 5% elemental damage from the content bonus, plus 2.5% elemental damage from the SSS thing, and then plus 750 base attack as just permanent upgrade. Right, the stat gains from that. And that's 11,733. Divide that by 9807. That's what, 20% increase there over the previous one? But our stats are also increasing by a lot too. Alright? Because we get new gear stuff there. And then it's just gonna calm down eventually, and then we'll have the next thing as well. You get the idea. This is kind of how they handle things. Alright, we were looking at this thing though. Back to this.
That was pretty well built, and that Spiral Abyss would have easily been able to one-shot them. Even boss enemies weren't that much stronger. They only ended up having around 1.1 to 1.5 million health if they were an especially bulky breed.
Yep.
Okay, well nowadays, in the Spiral Abyss, you will find that most elite enemies hover around the 800,000 range, and a lot
They have like as much HP as old bosses. Kinda.
A lot of the bosses are getting up there in the 2 to 3 million range.
Damn.
And that is in 6 months, 7 months even. And that's
Damn.
like, players don't want to deal with an absolutely massive amount of health bloat for literally no reason. It's getting to the point now where a lot of older team comps are starting to show their age, which means, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put my boy Xiaolip up on the shelf because there's really no way I can use him because most of his teams
you can't
don't
play it
require
anymore.
Night Soul unless I bottleneck it in there somehow. We're also beginning to see a phase out of a lot of older, more powerful characters. For example, there's been a lot more elemental shields in the Spiral Abyss recently, which I see as a specific target on Nouvellette, whose best teams can't really efficiently break elemental shields. And if that wasn't a target on Nouvellette, then putting the Hydro Pupa in Spiral Abyss definitely was. The devs were probably in their offices cackling to themselves when
they create a problem and sell you the solution.
Because, let's face it, the devs hate it when any one character is meta for an extended period of time because it loses them money. So now they have derived this new fun tactic where they can release.
No, it doesn't lose the money. It has the potential cost of sales. It doesn't lose the money because they didn't have the money. It just reduces the amount of potential sales. That's the actual correct word choice here. Because they didn't lose the money. Right? They don't lose they don't lose anything if it wasn't gonna sell in the first place. What they lost is the potential for a sale. That's what they lost. Not the actual sale, but the potential sale. That would have been a better word choice there. They lost the potential sale, not that they lost the sale. Right? It's the potential for the sale. And that's what they want to, like, increase, obviously. Especially with what's gonna happen soon, you know, how that's gonna impact sales. Right? Like this thing. You know, this thing. Right? these things are gonna impact their sales. These are definitely going to have an impact on their potential future sales. Because now people can really see just how bad it really is. Without as much obfuscation.
A regional gimmick.
So, like, I expect the creeping of this type of stuff, having, like, gimmicky creep, regional gimmick creep, to only get worse. I expect it to get worse. Worse and worse over time. Especially because they have to deal with this. I wholeheartedly expect this to get worse. Than it already is now. Because they're gonna have to offset it somehow, right? Actually, it's probably gonna be even worse for something like Kuro because Tencent. Tencent's probably gonna make it even worse with their influence.
In regional enemies that benefit off of a regional system that all need to be in Abyss at the same time.
Right, because like they already introduced like their frazzle thingy or whatever they're gonna have for their other elements as well. They already introduced like a new regional kind of gimmick or something, right? With like that's how we have that creep with whatever her face is, Zanny, whatever. But yeah.
Time in order to siphon as much money out of you as possible. And that's really lame, because Spiral Abyss used to be the only real place where you could test the limits of your characters. Because let's face it, Genshin is an easy game. Like I said, the Abyss sucks. You know, it's challenging for those of you that haven't been playing the game for 5 years like me. But I'm sitting here with my eyes closed, waiting for the time I can finally open one lid again. I go to the Spiral Abyss so that I can test out my characters. And now, I can't even do that, because a significant portion of the enemies have elemental immunity, elemental shields, Night Soul blessing states, making it to where anything that's not exactly what they want you to use is rendered completely obsolete. And all of this is without even talking about the newest in-game. The Imaginarium Theater is clearly something that was only made for long-time players who have nowhere else to use some of their more underpowered units. Because that's all it is to me. There is absolutely no realistic scenario where I'm going to willingly bring Candace into any difficult content, but you will see me bring Candace into the Imaginarium Theater because it is such a low bar that I am completely willing to bring in that underpowered unit. And it is so obvious that this is who it's catered to, because if you don't have X amount of characters, congratulations my friend, you can't participate. Now, for those of you with more than 2 brain cells to rub together, you probably immediately realize the issue there. What happens if the new Imaginarium Theater rotation is on a lovely, lovely system where I need to bring in Geo characters, Hydro characters, and Cryo characters? Well, you're kind of going to be fucked, because Geo characters are notoriously underpowered, so nobody really pulls them. Cryo characters haven't run for a year, and Hydro characters are some—
Wait, they haven't released a Cryo character in Genshin in a year? Is that actually what happened? They haven't released a new Cryo character in a year in Genshin? That's crazy. What the fuck? If that's true, that is crazy. If they haven't released a Cryo unit in Genshin in a year. That is really crazy, man.
Of the rarest characters in the game having the least amount of representatives. Sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it? Yeah, well, that happened. One of the more recent Imaginarium Theaters was Cryo Hydro Geo. Did you spend God knows how many hours hyper-investing one 5-star to C6 instead of getting multiple 5-stars? Ooh, sorry. Guess you can't play the new in-game mode. It's not even fair to call it that. It's so much easier than Spiral Abyss. It's not even funny. You can get a massive amount of buffs and just plow your way through the whole thing. I don't even understand what the point was of throwing on a character limit when it's fully possible to clear the whole thing with only the characters it gives you at the start. But it doesn't matter if you can do that, because you're not allowed to actually start the rotation unless you have enough characters to fill up the entire bar.
So if you don't have all the characters, you can't even clear it. Damn.
God forbid there be any skill expression whatsoever in the new Genshin Impact in-game in-game mode. And you know what? The cherry on top is, this in-game mode basically fractionized the rewards you get from in-game. Because when it came out, it increased the cooldown time on the Spiral Abyss. If you were able to clear
don't worry, didn't they do this with Wuwa as well when they added the Weewa? Or whatever, the whimpering whatever thing, that stupid sounding name? The whimpering waste of time or whatever? Didn't they also split the amount of rewards you can get there too? They're like, oh no, one less TOA reset, because we put it all over here instead. So there you have like another thing to deal with too. Yeah, they also did that, man. But hey, you know what? The player base, man, they're so dumb. They think it's great for them, you know? Devs listen. No, I mean, it's devs indoctrinated. It's devs indoctrinated. That's the reality. What is this devs listened? It's devs indoctrinated. They think it's great for them. Because they all lack the critical thinking skills to really look at the full big picture and see what's really going on. Devs indoctrinated is what it's at. Oh, then they'll probably come up with some new gimmick for the cryo characters. Oh, I got an idea. I got a big brain idea. If your character doesn't have like this weird cryo interaction, they're gonna get frozen. Because it's supposed to be really cold. They will die of hypothermia. They'll add the hypothermia mechanic. And you have to heat yourself up to... You have to either heat yourself up. But if you heat yourself up, you'll light yourself on fire and take burn damage and be susceptible to pyro reactions. Or you have to use a character that's resistant to the cold. Big brain. They'll give them hypothermia resistance or cold resistance. They already have a hypothermia mechanic anyways, right? They used it for Dragon Spine. New cryo character need mono cryo, yeah. Or better yet, you just get frozen solid and can't move every 5 seconds. Kick by DPS. Oh, wait, I got another one too. The floor is slippery as well. If the character doesn't have ice skates on them, they're gonna slide as well, like crazy. So they're gonna fall off. They're gonna fall off the ledge and die too. You know, they're gonna have like no border around the area as well. So like, they're gonna slip and slide and fall down. And because they're slipping and sliding around, they'll have a hard time targeting and going up to enemies. And if they get hit and knocked back, they get sent flying and sliding off the ice. Big brain, they could do that too. Right? Ice themed. They could do all sorts of things like that. Big brain. Right? Because they did the thing with their Night Soul thing for Natlin, right? That is MMO mechanic? That's not even MMO mechanic. That's like a platform game mechanic. Lots of platformers, man. Ice stages. You slip and slide off of the stage and go flying if you're not careful. Slippery thing? You see that all the time in platformers. You have a good night then, Andy. You have a good night.
The Spiral Abyss before with your 2 really overpowered teams, you were able to get a decent amount of pulls every month, about 10 pulls a month, which means you'd get about 120 pulls a year. That's not terrible, especially because it takes such an inconsequential amount of time. But congratulations,
enemy design garbage for both of these. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be awful and painful, and that's the point. They do it on purpose. They're gonna make the experience awful. And because you're so dumb, is like, at least that's what they intend their player base to be, they will go pull for the new thing to make it less awful. They create the problem and sell the solution. Right? That's what they do. That's the thing. That's the trick. That's the trick. We cracked the code, guys.
Theater, you are going to have to put in not only 8 characters worth of work, no, 24 characters
24, damn.
built and ready to run before you can even start. And how many more rewards do you get if you could clear both of them in the month? The same. Congratulations, friend. You get to put in even more work for less rewards. Isn't that awesome? Don't you just love that? All's that.
Yeah, Moa did the same shit when they added Weewa too. You put in more work for less rewards.
What to say is, I really don't like Genshin's endgame. It feels slow, boring, not really worth my time, and 9 times out of 10 it's not even difficult. I just need to bring in whatever new shiny character counters the enemies of that abyss.
Yep.
It's getting to the point where I'm just gonna not do it, because why would I? I don't get anything out of it. And I'm sure a lot of people feel the same. And it only seems to be getting worse over time as more power creep becomes an issue. So, that all being said, probably just not gonna do it anymore. And I recommend you do the same. But if you are struggling, make sure you pull my
Yeah, this guy's
buddy.
finally
It'll make it
aware.
a lot easier.
He's finally aware. It took him
But that's
long
it.
enough.
I'm done yapping now. Like, comment, subscribe, especially if you're a returning viewer, might as well. And I'll see you in the next
Right?
one.
He's
Peace, peace.
finally aware of the reality. Finally, this guy woke up. Finally aware. Finally aware. It's not worth your time or effort or whatever. It's just not. But yeah, finally aware. Good for him. He finally woke up. What is this one? Decided to play the worst gachas ever made. What is this? We'll see like where we're gonna go back through and what we want to go through. We're not gonna look at this thing because copyright stuff just in case. Persona 5. I mean, here's the reality, right? Why play the gacha Persona 5 when you can actually just go play Persona 5? Why play gacha Persona 5 when you can play actual Persona 5? Like, just go play actual Persona 5. Right? Like, hi hidden. Free is free. Yeah, you get free shit slave labor experience. Why do that when you can play actual Persona 5? Because mom said you had Persona 5 at home? RPCS3, what's that? Emulation, what's that? You can say the 7 Cs if you really want to. I mean, what? What? What happened? What was that? What was that? What was that? It's a negative ASMR. True. Alright, here, let's give it a look then. I'm not gonna look at this one just in case, because, like, there's been problems around that thing. I'd rather not. But, yep. Alright. What the fuck is this? A man who tried to fake an element? What is this? Because they can use their mom's credit card for gacha. Uh-huh.
Ah, Alice. Instead of making Persona 6, let's just milk the same game for the next 9 years.
Yep.
Persona 5 The Phantom X is a free-to-play mobile gacha game set in the Persona 5 universe. And let me just be blunt here. P5X is simultaneously some of the best work Atlus has done, but it's plagued with a lot of common gacha game tropes that, as a Persona game, you might want to think twice before playing. Having played on the Taiwanese servers for the past month, I thought I'd be able to recapture the excitement of playing P5 for the first time again. While I definitely felt glimpses of what could have been a fantastic spin-off single-player game, its systems are affected by a mobile game-first approach, and its player retention and monetization tactics.
I don't think there's a double top-up reset next week. I think we're gonna get. I don't think we're gonna get it next week. I think we're gonna get it in 2.0, not 2.0, in 5.1 or 5.2 for anniversary. We're probably gonna get it in 5.2, not in 5.0. I highly doubt we're getting it in 5.0. It doesn't make sense for them to give it to us in 5.0, especially when they just gave us a top-up reset with Antoria release. It doesn't make any sense. They're probably gonna get it in 5.0, not 5.0, 5.2, for global anniversary. Because it's also global anniversary and PlayStation anniversary. But yeah. Yeah, the element is one of your 80-minute nerd epics. Oh boy, maybe we'll save it for another time then.
Are not designed to be the most ideal Persona experience, but rather a way to artificially prolong your playtime while modifying the original P5 staple mechanics to fit its mobile game needs. Hi, my name is Psyche, and welcome to possibly one of my most controversial videos made to date. Despite this game not even being released globally yet, I'll be giving a long overview of the game just to let the upcoming Western fans get a taste of what's to come, covering every mechanic pertaining to the gacha and progression, and ultimately answering the question why I think P5X is a fantastic experience, with some major caveats. First, some disclaimer as always. This video represents my own opinions as a creator that covers gacha games. A critique on a game is not a critique on you. If your response to everything I say is, well, I don't care, I'm gonna play anyways, then fair enough, you win, end of discussion. I hope you have a great time playing P5X. After all, I'm not here to stop you from having fun. So a little background. I played Persona 4 Golden and 5 Royal in the summer of 2020, back when the pandemic hit. At the time, vividly, I remember that I usually had my window open next to my laptop that I played on. And the feeling of listening to the warm summer rain outside while playing 4 Golden, doing my social links, going to club activities, battling shadows in the TV world, something about that mood and atmosphere makes me feel nostalgic just thinking about it. And I was already in my 20s at the time. And the music, don't even get me started on that. If you argue that Persona's soundtrack is the best in all of video gaming, hey, I'd honestly see some validity in that.
Yeah, they have good music, yeah. Persona's soundtrack is pretty good, yeah.
After, I went ahead and bought the hard copy version of P5 Royal for the full $60 for the PS4.
Okay.
I was still riding that high after having finished 4 Golden. I didn't know what was in store for me, but
I still never finished 4 Golden. I have it on the original PS Vita.
I knew was that I wanted more. And oh boy, did P5 Royal deliver. Walking down the busy nightlife of downtown Tokyo, accompanied by the lo-fi melancholic soundtrack, building your bond with confidants and delving into the mementos. There's something indescribable with playing Persona. Royal hooked me from beginning to end. It was a full, organic, fulfilling journey. That's an experience that will stick to you for a while. It shocked every Western fan that P5X will be released in China only with—
Yeah, I have a PS Vita, I have a Wii U. You know what? I got more rare consoles than some other people, man. I have a Wii U, I have a PS Vita. But yeah, I own both a Wii U and a PS Vita. Fun fact, the PS Vita sold better than the Wii U. So, a fully functional Wii U is less common than a PS Vita. Even worse is having a Wii U that has a working gamepad too, which I also do have, and it's in quite good condition because, realistically, how much use has anyone ever gotten out of a Wii U? But yeah, my Wii U gamepad is in pristine condition. But yeah, I have one of those as well. I mean, like, what is it? I have like an old tweet when I think it was around the time I got my Steam Deck. So we're gonna go back a couple years. I think. Did I post it as a tweet or? It might not have been posted as a tweet. I mean, I know it was on the. I thought I posted it here. Okay, it was on YouTube. That was before I had Twitter. Okay, it's on my YouTube page. I remember I posted a picture of it. Right, because this is like way before ToF even released and stuff. Yeah, here we go. I had my brother take a picture for it because it was easier for him to get it in frame. But yeah, PS Vita, Switch, Steam Deck, Wii U. Right? Right, Vita, Switch, Steam Deck, Wii U. Fun fact, apparently the Switch 2 is about the same size as the Steam Deck. But way less ergonomic. From what I've seen. The Switch 2 is about the same size as the Steam Deck. But the Steam Deck is actually like... It is the most ergonomic out of all of these. By a lot, and you can actually grip the thing. A banana for scale? True, I should have added a banana for scale. You're right. I should have added a banana for scale. But yeah. I have these. These are mine. Right, Wii U, Steam Deck, Switch, PS Vita. But yeah, you can kind of tell, like, like, the thing is, like, when I got it, I was, like, already using it immediately. You can kind of already see some, thumbprints, kinda, on the Steam Deck trackpad. Yeah, the Vita is tiny by comparison. The Vita is tiny by comparison. Oh yeah, this was, like, more than 2 years ago this picture was taken. It should say 3 years ago in, like, a few weeks. In, like, a week or two, this should say, like, 3 years ago. But, like, YouTube doesn't round up. It'll say 3 years ago soon. Old post, but yeah. Yeah, cause, like, I had one of, like, the early, Steam Deck shipments. I think I had the second batch, shipped out worldwide, was when I got my Steam Deck. The second batch worldwide shipments was when I got mine. It was, like, a pain to snipe it, cause, like, people were going crazy when, like, when pre-orders for the Steam Deck went out. And it took me, it was a pain to, like, snipe it within, like, to try and snipe an order early within, like, the first minute. Because, like, they were selling out immediately. And I got put into the second batch of shipments. That's how crazy this shit sold. Like, the pre-orders for this thing sold. But yeah. I have all of these. But yeah, like, that's the condition my Steam Deck, oh, my Steam Deck. My, Wii U gamepad is in. Looks really good, doesn't it? Really good, nice and clean. There's a bit of dust there. But, like, yeah. Right, you can kind of see some dust marks and stuff like that. Especially on the border of the screen, but, yeah. I have those. But yeah, Wii U, Vita, a very rare combination. Oh wait, give me a sec. Ying Zhao respawned. I'm gonna kill it first. I don't have a Dreamcast. I wasn't even alive. I wasn't even alive during the Dreamcast era, okay? I'm not that old. Dreamcast didn't exist. Dreamcast was already off the market, man. It didn't exist anymore in the market. Though it didn't help that the Dreamcast was a failure. Doesn't change the fact that they had good shit on it, though. Dreamcast had good shit. But yeah, I still need 1K Nord for Advanced Mecha Core 5.0, right? Wait, nah, you don't need it anymore. Don't get Advanced Mecha Cores. There's a new thing we get instead. They're gonna give it to you, all of them. Don't bother, buying the Advanced Mecha Cores. And it's not even just the PlayStation. But yeah, the PlayStation 2 was crazy. Everyone had a fucking PS2. Especially because it was like a cheap, good value DVD player. Right, like, it was just a good value DVD player. But like, the PlayStation 2 came out after the freaking, Dreamcast went end of service or whatever, right? After it flopped. The Dreamcast flopped before the PS2 release. Yeah, that's a tempered glass screen protector, yes. That screen protector is tempered glass. That was also before I got my Steam Deck screen protector because they didn't exist on the market yet. Because, like, that's an old picture. But yeah. Was it? Yeah. I mean, it was already dead by that time, man. I don't know, I wasn't alive. I wasn't alive then. Either way, it doesn't matter. I still have some domain 9 keys on my alt, so it's like, we'll dump them there. You can see the corner peeling off. Nah, it's just, there was like a tiny air bubble there. It's fine. It still looks like that today. It's just that, I'm not the best at applying screen protectors. Thankfully, it's like, it has such a big surface, it's like, fine. It still looks like that today. Don't worry. Right, don't worry. It still looks like that today.
With no global server in sight even after 1 year. The game itself is developed by Black Wings Studios, a subsidiary of the Chinese publisher Perfect World, with Alice having most of the creative involvement in the story. This gives fans just the right amount of ammunition to say, hey, Alice isn't evil, they're developing the good parts of the game. Oh, but the scummy gacha aspects? Oh, that's all Black Wings. When I see people waiting incessantly for the global release of P5X, I just want to say, look, I get it. People are tired of waiting for the next installment in the franchise. They just want something new.
Here's the thing. The glass stuff is a lot better for durability. The glass screen protectors are a lot better for durability because if the thing is, right, you can crack through the plastic first. It can crack through the plastic and scratch through the plastic. But the glass on top will break before the glass underneath. So keep that in mind with screen protectors. So like the actual glass ones, they have a little bit extra protection. Also, the tempered glass stuff, it's harder to scratch. And considering it's a touchscreen, you can see the advantage of that. Right? Because, for some games I did touch the screen. And having a nice glass screen protector is definitely nicer and better for that. Because, the screen is nice and, pristine after all this time. Right? And that was, that's my OG launch model Switch. In that picture. And like, how old is the Switch now? 8 years? I mean, if your glass thing is breaking like that, I think you have other problems. You'd have other problems too.
And
but
due
yeah.
to the similarity and brand recognition, this game happens to pose the question, how would you like to rejoin the Phantom Thieves and experience Persona 5 for the first time again?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's also that, but it's also harder to scratch tempered glass. It's also harder to scratch it. I don't know, man.
So, what's the story about? Well, I guess I'll ease everyone on the plot up until the first palace. The intro opens with Joker infiltrating the casino, same as the OG story. Which kinda makes me think, if you can port the sequence to a mobile device, why not just release the entire P5 on a mobile?
That's true, why not just release the entirety of Persona 5 on mobile?
Port as well.
I mean, they could. You could play the Switch one on the Switch version on your phone. If you had like a recent enough phone that's high-end enough, you could just run the Switch emulator and play the Switch version of P5 on your phone.
Anyways, as he battles some shadows, a mysterious masked assailant attacks him. After pulling the trigger, the self-insert protagonist, codenamed Wonder, wakes up and starts his new school life in Tokyo. Unfortunately, due to the language restriction, you're only allowed to input 6 characters in your player name. Don't worry guys, I can blend in. You can edit your player profile and put in whatever signature you want. The game's timeline runs parallel to the original Persona 5 as an alternate universe. The twist is that instead of taking someone's desire away, the people of this version of the world have been sapped of all motivations and desires. And your job as the Phantom Thieves is to restore that meaning to everyone's lives. Lufel, a talking owl that Wonder stumbled upon, explains the ordeals of this world, and urges Wonder to open his third eye and confront his doubts. Awakening his persona, a mysterious figure comes to his rescue. Is that Jonkler? He helps Wonder defeat the shadows, and simply utters the request to rebel before vanishing. Lufel, whose codename is Cattle, comes up with the idea to form the Phantom Thieves. By the way, his name will likely be localized to LeFay or something when the global version releases, since, you know, Morgan Le Fay? The Velvet Room is located in an underwater tunnel of some kind this time, with the attendant Merope taking the reins to oversee your persona needs. Oh, I guess that Pinocchio-looking guy is there too. Meanwhile, in the real world, you hear of a rumor that a middle-aged man named Takeyuki Kyuchi gets his kicks from deliberately bumping into other people on the subway under the pretense of it was just an accident.
It was just an accident, I swear.
This, but because of everyone's lack of
it's just an accident, okay, guys?
There's nothing anyone can do. Not even the police can arrest him. If he said it was an accident, then that's that, and he was free to go. That is, until one day, your classmates Motoha Arai and her friend Tomoko were unfortunate enough to run into Kyuchi. Sensing the danger, Tomoko pushed Motoha out of harm's way.
And this is why they have female-only trains in Japan. Right? This is why. An RPG with a detective and horror element.
Way, but was shoved into the subway tracks. Of course, she would get rescued by the subway attendants, albeit hospitalized shortly after. Motoha, realizing that the same metaverse app is appearing on your phone too, wishes to join your cause. Fueled by the desire to avenge Tomoko and bring forth real change, she awakens her persona and is granted the Phantom Thief codename Closer. As you venture into Kyuchi's palace, you learn that he was once a ferocious contender for the big leagues in a baseball career. However, during one game, he pitched a ball at full force, yet Motoha, an elementary schooler at the time, was able to hit it flawlessly. Because of this incident, Kyuchi's career started to falter and crumble. From there, he harbored a hatred towards others that he expresses by intentionally shoving and bumping into them, which is probably the reason why he originally targeted Motoha in the subway at all. Motoha realizes if this was all her fault. This man's promising career was ruined because of her actions. Maybe she ought to quit the baseball sport as well. Of course, after reminding her why this is clearly a skill issue on Kyuchi's part,
it's a skill issue.
She wants to venture into the deeper parts of the palace. This place hides the treasure that caused Kyuchi's twisted desire, and stealing it would cause him to realize his wrongdoings and divert to the path of righteousness. At the same time, providing the catalyst to show to the world that real change of heart can happen after all. As expected of a Persona game, I love the way each storyline flows to the next. You can tell that the writers and designers that worked on the story are mostly unchanged from the OG Persona 5. Some would even say that the storyline for P5X is better than the original, especially when it comes to that third palace. Also, I gotta say, Motoha is an extremely well-written character. To put into perspective, my favorite love interest in Persona 4 is Chie. So Motoha's optimism, strong will, and slight tomboyishness is just perfect all around. This is the general outline for the first palace in P5X. I know for most fans watching, this almost feels like a dream come true. It's all the elements of the original game that I've grown to love, and it really feels like I get to experience the wonder of Persona 5 all over again. I know P5X being a gacha game will be hard to stomach for many fans. Due to the story that I described, I'm sure that got a lot of players' hopes up for the global release. It seems that the Persona magic is well and alive after all. However, I must warn that from this point onwards, I'm gonna be raining on your parade a little. For the record, I literally cover gacha games on my channel, and I generally have no problems with a developer trying to break into the mobile gaming market. I want to feel immersed and involved in an ever-changing game world, and gacha games can provide a casual experience in that regard. And hey, I know how big mobile games are these days. Sure, profit might be an ulterior motive, but if the game stands on its
Yeah,
own,
okay.
provides a rich and expansive universe, and has good overall qualities, then by all means go for it. Now, Persona has never really been about building a massive world. If you take a look at the past entries, all of them revolve around the life of a typical high school kid. It's about appreciating the day-to-day moments of one's teenage years, getting involved with a group of friends, and building a tightly knit community. My first question to P5X is, how does a Persona game benefit from being a gacha? The gameplay for P5X remains mostly unchanged from the OG. You fill a team of 4 members and a navigator. However, baton passes no longer give an additional turn and are just an extra attack. Hold-ups aren't a thing anymore, so you just get a prompt for an all-out attack. Instead of sparing an enemy, some of them will just become a persona after a battle concludes. The highlight skill is basically the ultimate. It shares its gauge universally, and you can use any thief's highlight skill during any ally's turn. The navigator also has their own dedicated panel where their skills can be used before you act. Some enemies have a shield meter next to their health. This basically indicates the amount of times you have to hit them with an effective element before they're stunned. Given that P5X has a much bigger roster, it becomes possible to build mono-element teams to exploit enemy weakness over and over. Given that the game obviously can't just let you knock everyone down in one go and just end the fight with an all-out attack very easily. As a gacha game, they need to incentivize players to pull and use certain elemental affinities. It's less about covering your bases with as many elements as possible, but rather honing down on a specific one to make fighting certain enemies easier in the endgame. A popular sentiment that often arises when it comes to justifying the gacha model is that, well, if the story can be enjoyed for free with characters given to you, then I would just not interact with the gacha at all and just treat P5X as a single
the copium excuse.
Now, this is a good mindset to have, but something I want to point out is that, as a live service mobile game, the gacha system is not the only thing defined by this model. We'll start with progression. As a reminder, progression in the original Persona 5 is mostly tied to a story. As you clear the palaces and unlock deeper memento levels, you'll naturally gain more XP from defeating foes to level up your personas. In Persona 5, generally speaking, grinding is not necessary or actually fairly inefficient if you're just playing casually. Since farming the memento dungeons you currently have access to will start tapering off in XP efficiency. So you might as well progress in the story to unlock the deeper memento floors. A misconception about this game is that if you came from the regular P5 or don't play many gacha games, your initial instincts on how to level up fast is by grinding mementos or taking on the story palaces. This is not how it works in P5X. While you can do that for a ridiculous amount of time, the most efficient method to level up is to simply do your dailies or spend stamina. These typically give out the most amount of player XP relative to all other activities in terms of time spent. This is nothing new in gacha games. The reason? Well, that's to artificially prolong your playtime and form a habit for you to come back every day. So if you want to progress efficiently in P5X, just spend 5 minutes every day doing dailies, then log off and come back tomorrow. The problem here is that certain upgrades and main story chapters are locked until you reach the required levels. So if you're thinking of just playing the main story as a single-player game in one sitting, that will not be happening. Just keep doing dailies and you'll unlock a bunch of stuff, including future palaces and higher ascension levels for your thieves. You might think that it sort of betrays the Persona spirit, but this is exactly how these mobile games work.
Unfortunately,
how do we make the Phantom Thief stronger? Well, starting with Wonder, his level is tied to your account level, and he is mandatory to bring into any team. He can carry up to 3 personas and a weapon with a max level cap of 80. You can also put perk points into Wonder to boost stats. Contrary to what you might be used to when playing Joker, Wonder is actually pretty weak in this game. He usually does peanut numbers compared to the rest of the cast, and is mostly used for supporting purposes. The reason? This is a gacha. If the free protagonist given out to everyone can steamroll opponents, then there's no point in pulling characters from the gacha. The only exception people noted is if you bring Yoshitsune with supports. But come on, when is Yoshitsune not busted in a Persona game? You can level, merge, or inherit skills from other personas. Just a warning, this is a live service game, so you can't save scum to inherit the skills you want. Upgrading Persona uses the common soul currency in its own XP materials.
Again, it's like, why play this when you can play actual Persona?
Well, their levels can be increased to 80, separated by ascension levels. Both leveling and ascending use their currencies. This is the same for weapons. Instead of itemizing personas, you mostly get them from the gacha, where the game can give out quite a number of 4-star ones. Weapon leveling and ascending also have their own currencies. P5X follows the footsteps of Punishing Grey Raven and Honkai 3 in the sense that all characters have their dedicated weapons. so if you get Motoha's weapon, only she can use it. It's useless for anyone else. Characters can be limit broken to up to 6 additional times when you pull more copies of them in the gacha. For weapons, every second limit break level will actually let you use any other weapon within the same rarity, so pretty generous there. Each thief's skills can also be upgraded to 10, requiring its own currency, and on higher levels, you have to use a material farmed in weekly bosses that drop in limited quantities. Moving on to RNG relics, here's how it works. You can equip these tarot cards to each thief, all with their own set bonuses farmed in a separate mode. The tarot cards are split into Sun, Moon, Star, and I don't know what this last one means, but you get 4 slots in total. You get set bonuses when you equip 2 or 4 cards belonging to the same set. The Sun slot always gives max HP as its main stat, but the other 3 all have their own range of main stats. Each card can be upgraded to level 25, and each 5 levels will either increase one of the substats' potency or add a new one if it didn't already start with 4. There is a 5th slot occupied by the Galaxy card. This card, when combined with a set bonus, will give the thief a further boost. It always gives attack and defense as its main stat, and it can also be leveled to 25. There are 3 ways that I saw where you can manipulate the stats to make it more desirable. The first is by merging useless cards to get a new one. The second is by using these ink bottle tokens to manually choose which main stat to place on a card. Just a warning, this does not guarantee any of the substats, so you can still get screwed there. There's also the way to revert the upgrades made to a card and reset it to its base version while refunding the upgrade materials. You basically get a second chance at rolling desirable substats if you fudge it the first time. During my 1 month of playing, I got 1 ink bottle token from the lottery and 0 of the reversion tokens. Now, I'm sure there were things I could have done to get more, primarily through events. What I'm saying is that as a method to incentivize endgame farming, you can bet that you won't be able to customize every tarot card out there. In case you played gacha games before, this is pretty much a carbon copy of Genshin's artifact system. Modern gachas have more or less normalized this type of endgame grind for player retention. I just want to emphasize for anyone new to the gacha scene that this is nothing new. Plenty of titles do this. A lot of the games I play do this. I have nothing against this type of system being in the game. The only thing I will argue against is people claiming that this is somehow better than the other gacha games. Genshin also has the feature to recycle useless artifacts or manually set a main stat. Some might argue that you likely won't need that much investment into the tarot cards if you're just doing story content, except you can make the exact same argument in Genshin. If you're okay with this, you're okay with this. Upon reaching player level 70, there will be an additional tab that opens up in the roster menu. Here, you can make further upgrades to a thief's stats. You get the currency to upgrade these by engaging with late game challenge content. At this point, you might be wondering, well, hang on a sec, why are all these systems in the game? Compared to the OG P5,
they aren't even online, you can't even brag.
I didn't have.
It's all single player shit. But they put all, like, such absurd, like, wide, stat differences and everything. It is what it is, man.
To farm RNG relics, I didn't have to grind to max out some passives. The reality is that this is what a gacha model does to a game. It's not just the gambling part that you have to worry about. Again, I have nothing against these systems being in a gacha game. My gripe is that this is also in a Persona game. I'm here thinking, why in the world should I engage with all these mechanics to waste my time when I can just be playing P5 Royal that's
Exactly. It's like I said before. Why the fuck would you want to deal with all that bullshit? Especially when it wastes your time and makes the experience actively worse. When you can just play actual Persona 5. Why play the shit gacha one when you can play the actual game?
Skips out on all this unnecessary fluff. What often differentiates between a review for a single-player game versus a live service one is that the question is not to ask, how would you like to play the game? It's, how would you like to play a game every day?
Yep. How would you like to play it every day for the foreseeable future? Exactly.
For the foreseeable future. Let's see how P5X handles daily gameplay.
Alright.
Contrary to the mainline titles, the date system has been completely scrapped. Once a new day starts, it will just say today or tomorrow, for example. This means there is absolutely no rush to do the main story palaces. You can take as long as you want with side activities until you decide to continue it. There is a stamina system with a cap of 240 units. You can spend said stamina in the memento farming stages, where you can farm for ascension materials, skill level up materials, common currency, tarot card sets, and even certain personas. Unfortunately, there is no full-on sweep feature in the game.
Oh,
After
no
you
sweep,
complete a
that's a
stage,
rip.
the game will ask you if you want to spend stamina in bulk, claiming up to 5 times
Okay,
the
at least you
amount
can
of
spend it in
rewards,
bulk.
and expending the equivalent amount. This is better than nothing, and you can just put the game on auto mode with 3 times speed, so there's no need to do any work yourself. Instead of the day-to-day activities, you can store up to 20 activity points, and performing any action, such as working a part-time job, raising a personality stat, or bonding with confidants will use up 1, with the exception that it will let you use 3 if certain conditions are met. 5 activity points are refilled every day. Coincidentally, you also have 5 time slots per in-game day. Once the day ends, the game will prompt you to go to sleep, then a new day starts. There's a number of activities you'll be familiar with, like having some coffee at LeBlanc, or buying seeds and tending to your garden, in which plants will take real-life time to grow, and then you can use it for gifts or cooking ingredients. Your personality traits go up to 20 this time, instead of 5. Confidant ranks are also increased to 20, doubled from the usual 10. Again, I probably don't need to say this, but these systems are artificially prolonged for player retention. Don't expect meaningful new development with your confidants in every meeting, and don't expect a certain trait to be maxed out until you're months into the game. In terms of gameplay content, there is the Mementos that's a set map and not randomly generated this time. You can unlock the deeper levels as you go, and proceeding to the next main story palace does require enough progression in Mementos. Speaking of palaces, they are easily the highlights of the game. They're much bigger than the ones in the original, and I really like the aesthetics and the puzzles that they had. Sure, not every corner is handcrafted, and some areas will look similar, but I overall enjoy the palace delving experience. In case you're wondering, the palaces do not disappear after you steal the treasure. It's still possible to go back and crack open every secret after you beat the boss. Now that we know what we're up against,
at least you can
how do
replay
we
it.
recruit fellow Phantom Thieves? Well, it's time to go gambling. Let's talk about the gacha system. There are 2 types of gacha banners in P5X, the guaranteed and 50-50 rate-up banners. We'll start with the 50%.
Why the hell would you pull on 50-50 if they have a guaranteed? The hell?
First, character rarity is split into 4 and 5 stars. The premium 5 stars drop at a 0.8% chance, and 4 stars at 6.2.
Okay.
The rest of the 93% are the trash 2-star personas that no one wants. Hard Pity is at 80 pulls, and the featured character has a 50% chance of dropping when you pull a 5-star. If the first time you pull one is not the rate up, then the next time is guaranteed to be the featured character. In a nutshell, this pretty much copies Hoyo vs. Antics. If you play Genshin or Honkai Star Rail, you'll know exactly how it works. However, P5X does it one step better. If you don't want to gamble coin flips, there is also the 100% rate up banner variant. Here, the chance for a 5-star is severely gimped at 0.2%. But the upside is that whenever you pull a 5-star, it's guaranteed to be the rate up character. The pity has also been slightly increased to 110.
Yeah, that's like... It's only slightly worse than Snowbreak's guarantee, but hey, at least it's guaranteed.
Each pull costs 150 gacha currency in the form of this crystal thing. Now, there's a couple of gacha games out there with a 100% rate up banner, primarily Punishing Grey Raven and Snowbreak come to mind. If you're still new to the gacha scene, in case it wasn't obvious yet, you always pull on the 100% rate up banners. Why? Well, the first is that the worst case scenario to get the character is lower than the 50-50 banners.
It's like 50 to 60% cheaper.
If we assume that you lose the coin flip, you have to pull 160 times to get the Phantom Thief you want. Alternatively, you can guarantee them with 110 pulls over here. Second, it's also easier to mentally manage your pulls with the guaranteed banners. Instead of tracking whether or not you've previously won a 50-50 across all the banners you pulled on, you can just treat your gacha currency not as a means to gamble on the gacha, but rather an entry ticket of sorts. If you have the equivalent of 110 pulls, you have the character you want. Very easy to calculate. So, if you roll the 50% rate up banners, you are gambling for the chance to get the target early. It's just not worth it. The only exception I can think of is that if you don't care about which 5-star you get. In that case, go right ahead and go flip some coins. For the record, most of the newly released 5-stars are added to the standard pool, but not all of them. Classics such as Joker and Midkoto here are limited for some reason, meaning that until they appear on a rerun, it's not possible for them to drop from the gacha. On the 100% rate up banners, once you accumulate 165 pulls, you also get a random 5-star selected from a pool. Pretty generous. During the game's 1-year anniversary, I actually got a selector that lets me pick from any of the existing limited characters, and this is accompanied by the few other standard SSR selectors. Again, generous. Now we move on to the weapon banners. As stated before, only a specific thief can equip their weapon, so the weapon system is much more restrictive than something like Genshin. During my time playing, I was able to get 4-star copies of weapons of pretty much all the characters just through gameplay. So if you're willing to settle with that, then by all means just don't bother with a weapon gacha. 5-star weapons drop at 0.8%, 4 stars at 8%.
Now, the average alone is still worse. Doesn't matter.
Each pull here costs 100 gacha crystals instead of the 150 from the character banners. Unfortunately, there's no guaranteed rate of banner, so your selected weapon has a 50% chance of dropping whenever a 5-star is pulled. However, you are able to select 2 other weapons where if you lose the 50-50, one of the other 2 is obtained instead. Of course, the second time you pull a 5-star, then the rate of weapon will drop guaranteed. The pity is at 70 pulls for weapons. Now, I'm sure someone can make the argument that the weapon banner is just for whales and you don't need it. I would mostly agree, except that I found that with limited characters like Joker, I wasn't able to get any 4-star weapons that he could use while playing. You are able to get 4-star weapons from EY's shop by completing weekly bosses a number of times or scrapping unneeded weapons though. It would depend on how big of a difference 5-star make whether this banner is worth it. So what do I think of the gacha system? Honestly, it's on the generous side. Not every game offers a 100% rate up banner type, and I found the rewards to be plentiful during the time I played. The gacha is honestly one of the least problematic aspects of the game. I have virtually no complaints about it. Moving on to the cash shop, I bet other reviewers for this game aren't going to show you this. The currency shown in the footage is in new Taiwan dollars, so NT30 roughly translates to $1.
Okay.
You have the low spender pack for a 30-day supply for $5, where you get a total of 3,300 gacha crystals over the course of 30 days. Possibly the best value in a gacha game, but this is also to build your habit to log in every day. The premium track of the battle pass will cost you around $10, and you get a bunch of goodies, including some 5-star weapon selectors. You got some icebreaker deals, like this one, where for the low price of $1, you get 10 standard banner tickets and other good stuff. I bet you feel real stupid not taking advantage of this. Just kidding though, these offers are nothing new to gacha games. It's there to entice you to spend even a tiny bit of money. Since studies have shown that when a player has already spent money, it's way easier for them to justify spending more in the future. Something sunk cost fallacy. You also have your whale packs, where you can top up the gacha crystals directly. If you use some quick calculations, assuming we pity a 5-star at 110 pulse, that's around $130 you have to spend if we just buy top-up packs.
Yeah, $130, yep. Okay. I mean, it could be worse, right? It's like, what? $475 now? And then they're saying up to $475 for Genshin? But I use $400 because that's actually what's a lot more accurate, but yeah.
Packs. Again, this is nothing new in gacha games. It might be a little hard to wrap your head around it, but guaranteeing a rare character with just top-up packs will usually cost around $200 in the gacha market.
Genshin's $400 though. Hoyo Games is $400.
So I argue this is actually on the generous side. My overall thoughts on the cash shop in P5X is also pretty favorable. The low spender experience is very rewarding, and I can totally see a long-time player getting a lot of what they want, assuming that they keep playing. Of course, everyone will have their morals. If you find it scummy that the same iconic characters of Persona 5 are sold back to you as limited 5 stars in a gacha game, or how the cash shop betrays the spirit of the Persona experience, then you might not want to play this. However, I think most people will not have a problem with it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you buying $2 per pull at $100 top up. I'm talking about $2 per pull to get to the 400. But yeah. Either way, like that's just the reality. That is just the reality. Where was that picture here? I mean, single pull $2.60, $22 for a 10 pull. $100, $2 per pull right there. It's a lot either way. Except, here's the thing, the reason why it's not is because you can't buy exactly that many pulls. Because you cannot buy exactly, it ends up still being $400 either way. Because 180 pulls, how many times can you buy this? That's 300, and that gives you 50.5 times 3, right? 50.5 times 3. Subtract this from 180. You still need 28. Okay, so where are you gonna get that one? This is 24. Right? So we subtract 24.2. Now we're here. So then now we have to go to, I guess, wait. Yeah, we need 4.3 pulls, right? So we have to go here. Or you can try to convert this thing up. That's 10, and that's another $10. That gets us to 4. And there's our 0.3, 11. So then we have 11 plus 50 plus 300. Okay, yeah, 360. Yeah, we go $361, yeah. In this case, you go 361. Yeah. But either way, like, the reality is, if you're gonna do it properly, you'd just be buying this thing 4 times. And then you have your change, but you factor that in. Either way, like, that's just the reality, right? And then, like, what was 10% cheaper at it being 160 pulls instead of 180? They're 10% cheaper? But, like, the cost of everything is still the same? It's just 10%. They're literally just splitting hairs. We're literally splitting hairs. It's still awful no matter how you look at it. Now what you gotta do is you slap the 10% off ToF like profile thing off border thing, and you just put that on top of the Wua logo. And there you go, 10% off Genshin. Or you just make it into a meme logo. Cause it's really just 10% off. Right, 160 over 180, that's 10% off. The cost of the pulls there is exactly the same. I mean, at least with Genshin, you actually have good weapon options that isn't just a 5-star only. With Wua, like, basically you want the 5-star weapon. Because the 4-star weapons are either completely useless or just really, really bad. So you need the 5-star weapon there. That has its own other thing going on there, but yeah. Still not great either way. And Genshin actually had decent battle pass weapons. For people using that. I'm pretty sure Wuwa's battle pass weapons were pretty bad.
Any of this. And in that case, you'll likely have a great time in P5X. As an IP-based gacha game, the monetization is surprisingly solid. Now we talk presentation. How good is the overall quality of the game? Well, let me start by saying that P5X has clearly borrowed a lot of assets from the original. This includes monster designs, music, and literally the entire Tokyo map. But obviously doesn't mean there isn't new stuff. All the main story cutscenes are fully voice acted, the palaces are handcrafted, and there's a number of new music tracks that follow the P5 theme. If we take a look at gameplay, I noticed that animations can look a bit jagged at times, and it's very clear that the P5 aesthetics is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. The main storyline has some solid action sequences, but quality of content outside of it may vary a little. Something else I want to comment on is palace exploration. Now, the stealth mechanic in Persona 5 has always been spotty. In P5X, the enemy detection AI is completely brain dead. You will literally have to go out of your way to let yourself be caught. Since if you just walk up to a shadow, you can pull off an ambush extremely easily. Guess there are a couple of compromises when you're making a mobile game. You gotta make those mechanics more casual friendly after all. There is a guild system, your personal palace space where you can decorate it, and even a tycoon minigame. I did not go into these features in great detail, but it's there if you want a quick break from the usual gameplay loop. So what happens after you beat all the main palaces? What does the daily gameplay look like then? Well, I like to classify content in a live service game in 2 categories: curated and repeatable content. Curated content is the stuff that requires time and effort to create, such as the events or main story palaces. Meanwhile, repeatable content is kind of like the Radiant quests in Skyrim. An endless stream of stuff that you can do that takes little effort to develop, but the developers are able to create a lot of it at once to occupy your playtime. An example of this will be the Mementos, even in the original P5. I doubt Mementos is most players' fondest moments of playing the game, since it's just a long drawn-out dungeon where you try to find the exit. When you complete the main story, what will inevitably happen is that you'll be doing the repeatable endgame levels fighting the same enemies while you wait for new events to drop. Again, nothing new in gacha games. But if you come in with the mindset that every second of gameplay will be curated, you will be disappointed.
Yep.
Lastly, I want to talk about events. During the 1-year anniversary, there was a main story palace released. But prior to that, I was surprised to find that within the Events tab, there is a separate panel that conveniently archived most of the past events during the game's first year of runtime. Not all the past events are there, but still, this is pretty generous. Not all the gachas out there do this. Taking a look at a few of these past events, what you'll find is that it's basically an alternate version of each of the OG Persona 5 palaces, where the crew meets the original Phantom Thieves. A lot of the legwork has already been done, considering that the event stories literally just reuse parts of the palace to cut down on development time. Again, it makes me wonder, if you can port the palaces to a mobile game, then why not just release single-player Persona 5 on mobile too?
Exactly.
In all fairness, there are still some original parts, and these events are fully voice-acted, featuring the OG cast as well. Once the game releases globally, I'll leave you to decide if the events are neat little fan service moments or just effortless slop. For me though, I don't really have a problem with the events being done like this, but just prepare yourself that the majority of events in the first year of the game will just have you revisit the original P5 palaces. For the record, Persona 5 The Phantom X shares a lot of common tropes with other popular gachas, and these mobile game mechanics by themselves are not what I have a problem with. The caveat lies with P5X also being a Persona game. I'll start by going over what I think P5X does equally or in some cases better than the OG version, and then the more questionable points. In terms of aesthetics, P5X feels and plays like the game everyone has grown to love. The gameplay is mostly unchanged, the palace designs are top-notch, the music tracks are solid, and the story content by some accounts are even better written than the original P5. When it does Persona things, it does it really well. If P5X released as a single-player spin-off, this video wouldn't even exist. Now onto the not-so-good.
Unfortunately,
the gacha model has affected the daily gameplay in more ways than one, and it's my opinion that a lot of set features take away from the Persona experience. It does not complement it. Progression is now done through daily missions and a stamina system, and gating story content so you can't complete them too quickly. The date system has been completely scrapped in place of activity points, which I think was one of the most staple mechanics in the mainline Persona games. Upgrades and RNG relics rely on grind and random chance to get the results you want, whereas you don't have to worry about any of this in the OG titles. The flashy and powerful characters in the game drop from the gacha, alongside their weapons. I understand the gacha is a necessary evil in the genre, and I'm not going to even try to argue the is it free-to-play friendly angle. So let me just ask this. If the developers are generous and give out a bunch of free rewards, does that somehow make a gacha system not predatory anymore? To the Persona fans watching this, if you were to recommend an entry in the Persona franchise to a newcomer, which one would you recommend? In other words, if you want someone to have the best possible experience diving into the series, how far up would P5X sit on that priority list?
Yeah.
The majority of Western fans have never even touched this game yet, but I think you already know the answer. One of the most important lessons Persona has taught me is that time is fleeting and time is limited. Enjoy your youth goofing off with a group of friends, forming bonds, overcoming challenges, and when it's time to say goodbye, be glad that it happened. Every day spent has purpose, whether that may be spending time in a school club, creating memories with friends, or delving into the unknown mementos. The overarching message across our 100-hour playthrough is that you know that these moments will not last forever, and it's about making new memories while there's still time left. In my opinion, this is why the endings of these games feel rather bittersweet, and why the experience is so special. I see P5X as almost a
like part of one of the main themes. It's like the main thing they got going on there, and then you put the fucking live service model, which basically makes it how you interact with it the exact opposite of what the main themes are. It's like, yeah, maybe not.
A subversion of this formula. It's the head with a slightly wrong body. The gray sheep standing out from a group of white. Do I recommend it as a gacha game? Yes. I think it absolutely checks every box as one that stands on its own. Do I recommend it as a Persona game?
No.
Well, this is going to be a hit or miss for Persona fans. You shouldn't come in here with the expectation of the single-player games. There are many mechanics that go hand in hand with the gacha model, but it's something you'll eventually get used to. Or alternatively, you might just say, nope, this ain't it, Chief.
Yep.
Personally, I had a fantastic time playing P5X as a standalone turn-based gacha game in a stylized Tokyo setting. The quality and amount of polish definitely sits a tier above your usual mobile games. However,
Okay.
as soon as I saw the staggering amounts of upgrades and RNG elements to make a character become the strongest they can be, I suddenly started to steal some glances on my physical copy of Persona 5 Royal, reminding myself that there is a version of this game where I don't have to deal with any of this. P5X is personally not what I'm looking for in a Persona game, hence why I have some trouble recommending it. Despite everything I said, if you're still on the fence about this game, then I encourage you to try it when the global version drops and come to your own conclusions. It's very likely that it will be announced this year, with the release being either late 2025 or early 2026. Hell, it might even be announced later this month. In other news, while everyone's waiting on P5X, there's a remake of Persona 4 coming out. That's a game everyone...
Why are they remaking Persona 4 again? We already got a remake with Persona 4 Golden. Why do they need to remake it again? So they're talking about P5X? Right? Why do they need to remake Persona 4 again? They already remade it with Golden. And you can already get that on like every platform. It does not need a remake. We already have Golden. Like Persona 4 Golden, like you already got the thing. Right? It's not trapped on the Vita. There's an Xbox, there's a PlayStation, there's a PC, there's a Switch version. They don't need to like remake it again. Like I understand like with they made the enhanced port with Persona 5 Royal because it was only on the PS3 initially, and then they wanted to release it on all the other platforms, so like sure. But Persona 4 already has the Golden version. Like, I get it, Persona 4 Golden was for the PS Vita, but, like, you know... It still looks more than good enough. Like, the game was stylized, and it still holds up. Like, Persona 4, it's still, Golden. It still holds up well enough that it's, like... It feels incredibly unnecessary. Right? It's like completely unnecessary.
Everyone's been hyped for, right? Anyways, that about does it for this review. If you want to catch more highlights,
why don't they just go work on Persona 6, man? Just make a new one. You don't need another remake. There's so many fucking remakes. Since Persona 5, Atlas also released Shin Megami Tensei 5, yeah, remade Persona 3, remastered and ported a number of Shin Megami Tensei and Persona titles, released Metaphor ReFantazio. So it's not like they've been sitting there doing nothing, yeah. But like, still. With that many personas, they end up with a split personality disorder. That's definitely a way to look at it, I guess. So many personas, they developed a split personality disorder. That is, definitely something. Definitely a way to look at it. Split personality disorder. Too many personas, man. Like, they're great games and all, it's just... They just remade it, like, so many times. Right, like, the original Persona 4 was a PS2 game. Was it not? Alright, let's see what else is on the list. We'll probably save that for some other time, then. Oh, that one, we're not gonna look at that one. What else is here? We already saw that one. Where's, like, the new interesting shit? Oh, we're not gonna look at the docs. That thing is whatever. Oh yeah, there's the Infinity Nikki thing that went down. There was like a whole mess on that. The new GTA 6 trailer, we'll look at that after too. What is this, the Spider Thomas thing? Yeah. Spider Thomas is something. Here, Infinity Nikki, what's going on?
Okay, so I've just spent the
Because like I haven't really been doing much other than logging in to do dailies in Nikki. Eventually I'll go play the new stuff. I just need to find the time. Infinity Nikki. Nikki got it so far away. Yes.
probably 45 minutes to an
Yes.
hour reading through responses to a message that I sent in my Discord a few days ago, asking for my community's thoughts, opinions about Infinity Nikki 1.5, and taking those notes, comparing them to my own thoughts, writing it all down so that we can have an honest conversation about it all. Just for full transparency, as many of you already know, I went to Shanghai on invitation from Infold to be a part of the 1.5 English live stream for Infinity Nikki. It was an amazing experience, and I feel very grateful to Infold for believing in me and for including me in that. I have been championing Infinity Nikki since I heard about it during the first beta. It's the first time I played it, and I was so excited and so enthusiastic about a game of this quality with such a clear target audience, so blatantly feminine on the horizon. So it was a no-brainer.
Good stuff,
Accepting the invitation to go. And
I thought they were girl-cotting, not boycotting. I thought it was a girl-cot, right? The girl-cotting meme? Right? they plan a girl cot because they mute the word boycott. They're girl cotting instead. They're not boycotting, they're girl cotting, guys. Keep that in mind, they're girl cotting. Boycott is banned. They got a girl caught. Right, that's the world we live in. They're girl cotting.
I sit here now, still grateful, still loving Infinity Nikki, but also deeply disappointed and discouraged. And I know that I am not the only one who feels that way. And, you know, I put my face on this update. I put my seal of approval on this update, and I feel that it is important that I be honest with you now about how I feel about the changes and the issues with Infinity Nikki 1.5. I'm not the first person to say these things. This is not at all going to be comprehensive because there's so many different angles to this. And Infold themselves have acknowledged the problems, written an apology letter, but as of today, it's May 4th, at the time of recording this, it's been 7 days since the game released. And while there are bug fixes rolling out every day, the game is still so broken. And it's so disappointing to say that. And I had really held out hope, and that's why I've been waiting to really say anything, because I didn't want to believe that they would release an update, that they would change the game this much, and for it to end up being such a mess. And it is a mess. I think we can all agree on that.
I heard it's a mess,
And the reason I'm saying all this and feel confident to say it is because disappointment comes to replace hope. And I think that is what we've all felt for Infinity Nikki from the beginning was, wow, this is such an amazing concept for a game. And for people who were playing older Nikki games, it's amazing to see this.
I guess we can look at like what's going on with the boycotting stuff after.
Franchise be brought into such an ambitious space to be open world with a female main character. There's so much to love about that conceptually. So the disappointment and the sadness.
I have no idea.
That we've.
Oh, they don't tell us shit, man. I have no idea what's coming in Snowbreak next. No idea.
Feel about the state of the game as of right now. It's out of love. And it's taken the place of hope. And I hope that somehow Infold will be able to restore the trust of players and will be able to make things right. So, in that vein, part of my role in the Infinity Nikki livestream was bringing Momo's feedback, right? Momo's feedback from players And obviously that was scripted. You know that was scripted.
Well,
But I
we're
figured
looking
what
at it
better
now.
way to
I have no
organize my
idea.
thoughts
Outside of
order-
apparently they retcon stuff and people aren't happy, but I haven't touched the new stuff yet. I haven't. I haven't been touching like any of the new stuff yet. I had to go through that like that short, like was it like 10-15 minute intro thing so I could do dailies, but I haven't touched anything else outside of pulling the outfit off stream and doing dailies. And dailies is like what? Just log in 1 minute, click on all the thing, and then log off. That's all I've been doing with Infinity Nikki the past couple of weeks. Like, cause what I do is like, because you know how the things are, right? They freaking throttle you and time gate you, to do the new content stuff, so you can't do it all at once. So I just log in, do the dailies in 1 minute, log off, and I just bank all the content, so that later on I can just do it all on stream in one go. Right? That's what I always do when I'm playing Infinity Nikki at this point. I've done it the past couple of patches too. I just bank all the content and do it all at once. Rather than like, you know, trickling it down slowly. Because I can. And that's why I haven't bothered to touch the stuff yet. Because usually waiting a week or 2 or 3 first before touching anything is the smarter way to go about it. Usually. So like, either next week or maybe the week after is when we actually play it on stream and see what's going on.
Organize your feedback than to do exactly what I did on
Right, because these gotchas live services, man, they really throttle you down. Right, they do it to like to stall you so you can keep logging in every day.
live stream, but in a more organic and
So like I don't really know what's going on because I haven't done that yet.
This was supposed to be the No Empty Promises update.
All right.
And unfortunately, I can't say that they've lived up to that. So while I sit here disappointed and discouraged, I think the best thing for me to do is to present feedback that I absorbed from you guys, my own thoughts and feedback, and things. I essentially boiled it down to 3 things that need to change for
what needs
Nikki
to change?
to restore trust with their players. Now, there are so many things I could talk about because there are so many problems. So, like I said, this isn't going to be all-inclusive, but I'm going to do my best. So the first humongous issue in Infinity Nikki 1.5 is obviously the bugs. It would take me an hour plus to read and explain all of the bugs that were...
Oh boy, they got new bugs? I haven't touched any of the stuff there, yeah. Yeah, you need 11 piece for the outfit, yeah, instead of 10 piece. I mean, that's only one of the issues if this is like 32 minutes long. Okay. Like, if it's like 32 minutes long, it's definitely a lot more than just that 11-piece outfit debacle. I did pull that 11-piece outfit though, with the wings. I did get it. But that's besides the point, right? I did say I logged in, pulled the new outfit, did my dailies, and haven't touched anything else. But yeah, that's all I did so far. We'll check on it later and see what the hell happened ourselves then. But yeah, die unlock is also pay to win. Yeah, I did see that. I actually did play around with the dies on the hair. It's actually a lot worse than you think. It's a lot worse than you think, actually. I'll show it to you guys later. The reason why is because 2 patches ago, the balloon outfit, I pulled 2 copies of the entire outfit because I wanted a specific hair color. So I pulled the entire balloon outfit, the 10-piece outfit twice. Right? I did get the entire outfit. It was like 300 pulls or so that I had to do. It's actually a lot worse than that. Because the thing is, depending on the base piece you use, the actual dyeing effect is different. So if you dye, let's say you dye the base version, or you dye the 4th evolution, the 3rd evolution version, even if you select the same color on the color wheel, because if you pull the entire outfit twice, you unlock the full color wheel for custom colors, it will still look differently. Maybe I'll pull it up later. I'll just do it manually, 1 sec. You said you're getting issues, I'll just give you a manual one. Don't worry, I'll give it to you manually. There you go. I just give it to you manually. But like, yeah. No. It's actually like really weird how it works. I'll pull it up because it's like weird. No, I just did it manually. It's not fixed. I did it manually. I'll have to see what's going on there. That was a manual one. But like, no, like, so what happens is if I select a specific blue palette on the base here, it's gonna look like it's fully blue with a different gradient position. But if I select the black hair version of that, there's a weird green tint on it. Even though it's the same blue color. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. So, like, the actual dyeing even changes. Even if it's a recolor of the same piece. We're gonna go through this first and then I'll pull it up. Or actually, no, I'll pull it up now. Fuck it, I'll pull it up now. Let me boot up Infinity Nikki, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. Let me just pull it up. Because it's like really weird and bizarre how they have the dyeing. I'm just waiting for it to boot up because sometimes it's like weird with the launcher. Come on. It says game is running, but I don't see the window yet. Oh, there it is. Alright. Logging in. It's logging in. Oh great, now it has to download another resource patch. This shit's annoying, like how every time I'm trying to like boot up the game, it does this shit. They do it like every time. It just ends up taking a lot longer to load in. But yeah, optimization for Infinity Nikki has always been pretty bad. But we've known this since the beta. It does look good though. Right, so let's get logged in. Right, like this is the outfit with the wings, right? I did say I did get it. But that's not what I wanted to show you. So if we go to the dye workshop, right? So like this here, for example, right? Let's say I go dye this one. This one has no dye yet. I have the full color wheel. Because I do have the whole thing, right? So like I can change the color and you can look at where the gradient is. You see it, right? It gets darker as it goes through and it's like over there. And like there's like this confetti kind of tint on there on the gradient there too, right? This is on the base blue one. Let's say we choose the color we're gonna use 008 FFF. Nope. Performance has not been fixed yet. Oh fucking hell, man. Twitch just decided to do auto ad break. Okay, we'll wait for the ad break. But like, yeah. 008 FFF. Right, keep that in mind. I'm gonna copy this. And then we'll look for a different version of that hair. Right, we have, Oh, I already dyed that one because I was experimenting with it. Right. And there's like another one too. There's this one too. And then there's like another one with black hair. There's like 5 variants of the base. There's this one as well. I mean, you can clearly tell there's something funky going on. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to make it 5-star only. And this is cute in fantasy. Okay. So we have, if I remove the dye on this one... Yeah, so, okay, anyways. So this is the base hair here, right? No dye. Right, base hair here, no dye. It looks like this. Okay? We're gonna just choose this value here. 008 FFF. It looks like this. Right? 008 FFF. Now, if I do it on the one that was black by default, so it looks like this by default, this one, right? So if I go to dye, and I paste it in here. Oh wait, no, it was 008 FFF. It looks like this. Wait, what happened? Why does it become green at the bottom? It looks like this. So here's the thing, right? The hair color scheme will still change depending on the piece. Yeah. So it looks like this on the black one. So, like, the recoloring, it even depends then, because, like, it depends on your base. If we do it here, so the base one here is pink, right? It looks like this. If we dye that, and we paste that here again, 008 FFF, and now it looks like this. It's even lighter. This is even lighter color than before. Than the other blue one that we started with. It's even lighter, the hair color. But it's the same color combination here. The same color code. Right? Keep that in mind. It's the same color code. Okay, it's the same color code. And then if we do it to this one, same thing. Right? So if we go to dye here, we paste the color code. And now it looks like this. It has different behavior here. The behavior is all different. I noticed this and I was like, what the fuck? Why? Yeah, these are just pre-colored presets. The presets are also follow these rules. So if I select, I don't know, let's say we take a red one. Let's say we take flight fruit flutter here, this red one. It looks like that and becomes purpley pink at the bottom there, right? Like this. More of a purple here. This one's on the base white here. If I take it to this one and use that same hue, now it becomes this bluish green tint all the way down here. And it's in the red looks like this. It looks like that. And then again, if I do it here, and I pick that same palette again, now it's even more of the purple tint at the bottom here. And instead of this thing being down here, it's over here now. Do it on the blue one. This is the blue default one. This is the one where if you get it, this is the one where you get, this is the fourth evolution. The third evolution, I think. Third, fourth evolution, whatever. This is the base hair for that one. Right, if we dye that one, it looks like this. Now it becomes black. You get a black tint at the bottom. And this is the one that you have to pull, if you want it to be darker, you need to pull it that many times. You need to get, like, the fully maxed out one. Right? And then this is the one you get from, just max, the max, thingy. The other upgrade thing you put in, and it looks like this. Now it's a lot more purple. Again, we're using the same color preset. And it looks like that. Yeah, like, you see how, like, it's even more fucked up? And I can show it to you because I actually have a fully maxed out evolution outfit. Because I actually have a fully maxed out one. And that being this one. The default one is this. Right, this is the base. First evolution is this one. Second evolution is this one. And then final evolution is this one. Also, when you get a final evolution 5-star outfit, they give you this animation. You get this. For some reason, they give you an extra cutscene. But only if you get a fully maxed out outfit. I have that for one of the on this one too, but this is the one that you get from crafting. So it's like everyone has this, or everyone can get this for free anyways. But like yeah, they have like different behavior depending on whatever you use as the base. Right, this one's from the story, so it's whatever. But yeah. We have that shit going on. You have to do co-op currency stuff? I haven't even touched any of the new stuff, man. I haven't touched anything. I haven't touched anything yet. I haven't touched anything. All I did was pull for this outfit. And that's it. I did 195 pulls to get the full outfit. Like, that's almost as much pulls as I did to get the other outfit completely. Wait, no, I did a bit more than 200 pulls. I did like... Oh, wait, no, I did like 300 pulls for the full outfit, the one I pulled completely maxed. I think it was around 300 pulls or so. Oh, the one with the twin tails. This one. Oh, but yeah. I mean, at least you got lucky, right? It took me 195 pulls to get all 11 pieces. But yeah, like, that's the thing going on there. Pretty fucked up when you think about it. I mean, like, I don't have the resources to pull another outfit anyways, so it's like, I'm waiting regardless. The mermaid one looks cool, but like, I don't have the resources, so... And I don't feel like swiping. Yeah, 197 pulls, yeah. Right, it's like around 200 for 11 pieces is about right. It's like, yikes. Because it's like, you gotta pull that extra last piece, otherwise, like, you're fucked. You need the whole outfit.
Were present in the game in 1.5 on release day.
Imagine if you're trying to get the third evolution. That's even worse if you're trying to get the third evolution because it's like 400 pulls. When you think about it, imagine trying to get the fourth evolution. Even worse.
And that have persisted in the game to now. And while at the time of Infold's apology letter, they announced that they had fixed already 100 bugs in the game.
Okay.
First of all, it's a massive number.
Yeah, that's
and
a lot of
two,
bugs.
There are still so many, and I wasn't able to even open the game on my phone until yesterday. So I don't think it's worth going into all of the specific bugs because we've experienced them. We know what
There's
they
so
are.
many,
The devs are receiving reports of probably 1,000 every few hours. So what I'll do instead of explaining all the bugs and making you sit here for an hour is just say
100 bugs and codes, fix it, patch it out. 128 bugs and code, yep. And by introducing the co-op stuff and retconning the tutorial, they introduced even more bugs, yep. They did. Give me a second, I'm gonna turn on a fan, because it's, I want to turn on a fan. Give me a sec. They were originally gonna give us 10 pulls for the 1.5 campaign. Then they changed it to less rewards. People got pissed off, so they gave 20 pulls in the end. I wasn't paying attention to a lot of this stuff because I just log in, do the thing, and get off. But damn, that's something, man. That is something.
Developers have, in the worst way this time, but I don't think it's the first time, released a lot before it was ready. And that is my primary feedback to the development team and to anyone who is involved in those kinds of decisions.
They released a lot before it was ready, yeah.
Please, don't release something that's not ready. When the game first launched,
the
biggest question I was getting asked when I was streaming the beta was, is there co-op? And as far and wide as I searched for that answer, I couldn't find it. And this is all my own opinion.
Not worth it since it's still monetization, still totally changed, yeah.
So don't worry about that. This is my perception. I think that there's a good chance that they wanted to release the game with co-op from the beginning.
Yep.
But it wasn't ready. But
wasn't
they surely spent, years developing this game. And game
They also somehow removed all the cozy stuff,
it's very time consuming. I think in a perfect world...
Wait, they actually removed all of that stuff too? Why? Why? That's so dumb. That is so dumb. Why?
They would have released co-op at the beginning of the game, with the game. But it wasn't done. It wasn't ready. So they didn't. They released the game as a single player with, like, shadows of co-op gameplay, but nothing really
That is so Papega, man.
Now. So when I came to that...
New players get thrown into the Sea of Stars, no original intro, and is just a random ghost. Oh, rip, man. That sucks.
Conclusion, that opinion, it worried me a little bit. There was no official answer from Info.
I like the original intro,
would not
though.
Be co-op in the game.
What? They didn't have to change
there was
it,
co-op from the beginning with the hourglasses, but is that real co-op? Not really. So that concerned me, and that made me fear for the future releases. It made me concerned that
they even retconned Giovanni. Wait, they made him into a monster? Why? The Giovanni stuff was interesting. Why'd they have to retcon him and change him into a monster? Why? That's so dumb.
Rushed before they were ready and at minimum functioning capacity. And that is exactly what happened in 1.5. It has been, I anticipated that there would be bugs and that there would be issues on day one, unfortunately, but...
That is so dumb, man. It was already handled nicely before. Why'd they have to change them? Like, some suits decided to push this whole reboot. That is so dumb, man. But yeah, I can understand why people are mad.
It is so much worse than I thought, than I had hoped.
Because, like, just changing him into being, like, a bad guy from the beginning, they did, like, a bunch of other shit to build him up, and they just threw all of it out the window. Like, why? It's so dumb.
Like, these aren't small bugs. These are game-breaking bugs. These are people losing their friends lists. This is PlayStation players not even being able to open the game. This
I heard about that,
the game crashing 5 times before I was able to get it open today. This is cutscenes where Nikki's body is completely removed.
Damn.
People getting...
I mean, to be fair, cutscenes being broken with Nikki, that's always been a thing. I remember even as early as, like, the betas and 1.0 release having the same issues. Yep. Like the weird T-posing Nikki in cutscene stuff. I remember seeing those. Yep.
To a point in the game that literally stun locks them and does not allow them to play the game. And just just hundreds of other small immersion-breaking bugs. I've been playing live service gacha games for a long time. I obviously expect bugs when a new game mode releases, but this...
They did beta, you had Nikki being bald. Yeah, I remember that.
Like,
T-post to assert dominance, yeah.
It's incredibly unpolished. Unpolished is putting it lightly. And that's just the truth. I don't think anyone on the info team would disagree with me for saying that.
Yep.
The state of the Sea of Stars. And everything that it involves, which I'll get into that later. The introduction of co-op, the introduction of the dying feature, clothing dying feature.
Okay.
I think all of that mess and that entanglement is a result of poor planning and features of the game being released too early.
Yep.
Simple question. Why is the clothing dyeing feature not in Stoneville, where the clothing dye workshop is? Like, the Sea of Stars is so sentimental to long-term players. It is integral to the story. It connects the Nikki universe. The Sea of Stars dress is incredibly meaningful for long-term players. But you run around, especially the first few days, you're running around the Sea of Stars and you're hopeful. You're seeing shadows of other Nikki's running around. But you can't really co-op with anyone. You can try, but it breaks constantly. You try to invite your friends and they're just stuck. They're mobile. None of the functions are working.
Rip.
It's also very vacant. At any given time, you're only going to see maybe 2, maybe up to 5 Nikki's at one time. And it feels sad. Like, it feels very empty.
Really
I wanted
sad.
the Sea of Stars to feel kind of bustling and busy. If we're all there and we're all excited. This is like an...
Oh, that's a rip, man. That is a rip. They can't even do the thing there too. Yeah, that is definitely like hella rushed.
MMO component. So there's a certain amount of servers where you can see other active players at that time. But to only see that few, it feels lonely and it feels kind of sad. One of the dailies sometimes is using the seesaw. Both times it's popped up, I've run over, I've sat down on the seesaw, I've looked around, and I haven't seen any other players. And then
there's a daily to go on a seesaw, damn.
And I got up and, checked off my little box, and that was it. I don't think that's how they wanted it to feel, but that's how it does feel.
Yeah, you guess the Threads of Reunion Miracle outfit got retconned as the whole? What? I wanted that outfit though. The Threads of Reunion thing that they showed off? That was a cool outfit. That would have been cool if it could have gotten that outfit, man. Why'd they have to retcon that one too?
That is the
right? Like, imagine recoloring that one.
State that the Sea of Stars was in when they released the game. Like, it was, I think the Sea of Stars, I think the reason they invested so much into the marketing of this patch is because the Sea of Stars is such a big deal. And it was released in combination with the bubble season, which is like our normal patch content. But it's broken, which I think brings me pretty easily to my second thing that I think needs to get fixed, and the thing that players are arguably most upset about is the story retcon. I didn't really realize this when I played it initially. The intro, beautiful as it was, thank God my PC was even able to run it, was erasing the whole first sequence where we're in the attic with Momo and we see the red dress and we're sucked down into Maryland.
Yeah, I wanted the red
one. We
one.
meet Ina, the curator, and we learn about the ability outfits, right? And the abilities, that's essentially the tutorial. I didn't realize that all of that was just gone. Just poof. And the more I think about it, honestly, I'm still a little confused about like how this is supposed to substitute for new players. I can imagine it would be very overwhelming. When Nikki and the Seer are talking, they're bringing up Ina, the curator. They're bringing up Giovanni. But if the player is opening the game for the first time,
they wouldn't know who those are. Exactly.
They didn't know who those people are. It's not going to mean anything to them. Versus long-term players are reading that like, oh, okay, well, this makes sense. But now you're telling me that in this version of the story that never happened? Like, I don't get how it's continuity at all.
It makes no
Maybe
sense.
I'm missing something, but I don't know. Now, listen, I don't know at this point, like...
New players just get thrown into the Sea of Stars and they're just told to use the bounce outfit or defeat something. The tutorial was great. It was a great way to like get you to understand it and teach you the old way. It wasn't just here, use it. It was like, oh, and like they taught you like you had to go craft it and everything. The old way was a lot better, where it's like, okay, so you can't go here. So here, if you go grab these things, you can go craft this outfit, and then now that you crafted it, now you can do this. It was a whole lot better the old way. It's so dumb that they changed it.
I don't know how you fix this. The only overarching suggestion I can give is that, for one, they need to undo the retcon. In my opinion, they need to
And the new quest to see a star is confusing, yep.
undo the retcon. It's going to be confusing and overwhelming for new players. I've heard multiple people say, yeah, my friends started Infinity Nikki for the first time because of 1.5 and they were really, really confused. And then for long-term players who have experienced the original intro, it makes it all feel kind of like it's pointless. Like, I can't trust that the story is going to be consistent, because if the Sea of Stars sequence, the Seer sequence, if that had been just like a chapter, you know, we've played through the whole Wishful Rosa storyline, Coma storyline, and then we get this chapter where everything gets reset. That makes sense to me. You can do that, I think. But again, I think the problem is that this sequence is tied to the Sea of Stars. And now, because of the fact that the clothing dyeing feature is there, the co-op, you're supposed to be introduced a co-op there, it's kind of like integrated, and it's like linked to a tutorial for the game. So now it's all messed up.
It is very messed up,
it's tough because as beautiful and honestly moving as that introduction was, I didn't realize what I was losing in its stead. Can I also point out, it's a little weird to have feature 5-star outfits in a permanent intro. Like having a miracle outfit, like the red miracle outfit.
If it was a miracle outfit in the intro, that'd be fine. Because then it's like, okay, yeah, you can eventually go and craft this outfit. But the fact that it's like, they showed off the winged outfit, the limited 5-star winged outfit in the intro, it's like, what the fuck? People are gonna be like, I want to get this outfit, and they can't get that outfit in the future. And then they're being shown that
at the beginning of the game,
yikes.
And not having it be available to players. That's you know, that's understandable, because if it's a miracle outfit, that means we're gonna get it eventually. But to have the mermaid outfit and the phoenix outfit,
they added 2 pieces of the outfits without telling us to.
Shown and essentially advertised in the introduction of the game. But for long-term, for future players, it's not going to be available. That feels very short-sighted. All of this feels...
for parts we didn't even see under the dress. Oof.
It's very short-sighted. The concept of a time reset in Maryland, I'm not opposed to that idea. I don't think most players are. I didn't think that meant a retcon of the original story. I thought it would still all be sequential, because you can have a time reset. Like, you can have that be a part of the story that players experience, without it being go back to the beginning and erase all of this good stuff with Aina, the curator. Like, I don't even understand how this Giovanni storyline fits in with this. I've tried to spend a while thinking about this, but that's really the only conclusion I can come to. And like, at this point, I'm concerned because I don't know if this is fixable, or to restore players' trust that the story isn't going to just be pulled out.
What do they do now? Where do they go from here?
Underneath them. Like, the whole intro that we played is not even part of the game anymore. That is a proper, like, wipe, and that changes the game for future players. Which is, kind of brings me back to my previous point, stop releasing things before they're ready. In a perfect world, it's great that we have the Sea of Stars outfit, the Miracle outfit, instantly farmable and accessible now.
Retconning means changing the image.
That's a great idea. But, like, what's done is done. I think it was kind of too late to do that. So, I'm going to be super honest here. I don't know exactly how to fix this, but players are upset, and I think they're rightfully upset. The players feel that they can't trust the writers. They can't trust the developers. And I think the way that they chose to roll out these changes to the game, not only are they broken, they're confusing, they are game-changing. They are game-changing, and I don't think it's in a good way. So the only suggestion I can give I'm going to give this humbly because I don't understand how game development works. It's not my area of expertise. I would take out the dying feature. I would remove that from the Sea of Stars, and I would put that in the Stoneville section. If you want to change the story, if you want to add like hey, when you get to Stoneville, that's when you access the dying feature. That's pretty early in the game for players. It's pretty early in the story. If you access that feature when you get to Stoneville, I think that makes sense. And you can go back, change that in the main quest story.
And you think it's beyond fixing,
who have already completed the Stoneville story,
we'll see what happens, man.
You can give us like hey, go back, here's a temporary quest to introduce this feature to you. And then the co-op. I don't think co-op needs to be introduced in the Sea of Stars. You know, since co-op is theoretically available in every area of Maryland. Give us access to the Sea of Stars later. When we reach that point in the story, then give us the Sea of Stars. I think it's cool that specifically there we're able to see the shadows of other Nickies.
Yeah, the co-op
keep
could
that
have
the
been
way it is, and
non-canon,
just give us
exactly.
access to the normal co-op.
Like, they didn't have to make it canon or whatever. It could have been non-canon and everything would have been fine. Trying to make sense of co-op, it just is dumb. Exactly. It makes no sense.
Feature at like mirror level 10 or mirror level 20 or something, and then just move all of the story related to the Sea of Stars. Just put that sequentially after the last main quest chapter, which would have been, well, actually, it
Yeah,
might
half
be nice to
anniversary,
have
yep.
that before we get access to the Silvergale Aria, which is a very overwhelming miracle outfit. So
Yep.
maybe after we finish the Wishful Rosa.
Yeah, the Silver Girl Aria outfit is quite an ordeal to go craft. That thing took like what, 2-3 weeks to craft or something? And then again, if you did it for the full
and you know, it would be
evolution.
cool. The whole idea of you open the game and you're in a different place, that's a nice idea, really cool idea. But does it really work? I don't know. I think it would just have to be, you know, here trigger this quest, and then, you know, the screen goes black, and that's when you see Nikki in like the ice getting like frosted over, and that's when the seer saves her. I think that makes more sense, and it doesn't remove the original story from the game, and it doesn't leave new players really confused about what's true and what's not in Maryland, in the story that we love and cherish. So I think, in short, undo the retcon. If you can.
Yeah, the time you're really easily crafting mats, you need to gather the Heart of Infinity resources from the Sea of Stars dailies to unlock more OREP.
Undo the retcon. Please undo the retcon. In a perfect world, maybe we could have started with the Sea of Stars, but it's too late. The game's been out since December. Changing things to this degree at this point in the game, I think is disrespectful to long-term players. I do. And I hope it's not too much to say that, but I think if you want to restore, I think, like, I'm saying all this because I want Infold to restore, I want them to restore trust with their players. It's all a mess. Not only did this new update retcon the story, it's also like completely broken. So we lost something that we loved in place of something that's almost unplayable. Okay, and now here is the last thing that I think needs some work. This one is a bit more complicated because, well, you'll see. I think that the monetization of Infinity Nikki needs a rework. And there's a few specific things I want to talk about. Some small, some big. The first one that I want to discuss is essential pity increase on the feature 5-star outfits.
Okay.
Let me just open the game. Okay, so the Snowy Ballad water walking outfit. It's 11 pieces. 220 pulls. Mind you, if you were to pull 220 times to complete the outfit, you would be 10 away from receiving the third evolution of the outfit.
No, it's not the third, it's the second evolution. Not the third, it's the second. The third evolution is pulling the entire outfit twice.
So, as a baseline, that's a very expensive outfit. This one is also 11 pieces.
Yep.
Now, all
By the
these
way,
pieces
it's
are
ridiculous.
right? But let's really look at this outfit. Tell me, does this outfit really need socks? Does this outfit need socks?
No, it does not.
Need shoes? No.
No.
I would argue absolutely not. There is a simple, easy way to reduce the cost of this outfit. Remove the socks. We don't need this. And same thing here. Does this outfit need these accessories? Actually, I think this is a pendant. I think this is technically a pendant. Does this outfit need socks? No.
It does not.
Hold on. Let me just
You
put on
can't
something.
see it. It doesn't need it.
Okay, ignore the outfit. I'm just mess with one so that we can see. Let's look. These are from Silvergale. Oh yeah, oh my gosh. These socks are from the Silvergale Aria outfit, which, mind you, is free. These are from Blossoming Stars, which is on the standard banner. These are from Whisper of Waves, which is on the standard banner, right? And then for some reason, these are pendants. I don't really understand that. Oh no. And then these are from Snowy Ballad, which I've dyed them.
The mermaid outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't even like see it.
Need These, I would argue, absolutely not.
Nope.
They are not that unique, and it seemed like this skirt.
You're
is
not gonna see it in the
transparent.
skirt.
Oh, well, hey, this cute little outfit I made. Dang, do I really not have a spot? I need more outfit slots.
You're like
Yeah,
not
okay.
gonna.
Like this dress is not.
You can't
transparent.
see it.
You can barely see her.
You
shoes.
can't.
So, did this outfit, ignore the dye stuff.
Yeah.
Did this outfit need to be 11 pieces?
Doesn't matter. You can't see it.
Absolutely not. So, that's weird, unnecessary ramp up for players. Someone also pointed out that the Mirror Crown reset has been really inconsistent. I'll put the diagram on screen so you can see. So, the Pinnacle contest, they set the time limit in accordance to the patch, which is more likely better interpreted as the time of the banners. So, you know, as usual, we need wear a completely glowed up fresh outfit, and the tags are fresh, sexy, and summer. And this one is perfect glowed up cool outfit, cool sexy ball.
I mean, I already had that, but like, still.
Room.
I actually easily maxed out this thing. Well, not easily. I barely maxed out this round of Mirror Crown. Because I just so happened to have outfits that worked. But that's because of what I pulled, because of a thing. I just got lucky. But like, you can clearly see her account does more wheel than mine. And she's struggling.
And would you look at that? The feature 5-star.
Yeah, I mean, the first week
cool
Mirror Crown
and
was
ballroom.
basically
Snowy
impossible.
Ballad is fresh and summer. So, you know, we know the Mirror Crown is intended to cause us to pull on the banners and to spend our in-game resources like bubble and string. But
they asked for the entire outfit.
Feature outfits that are currently available. But Mirror Crown is one of the most lucrative ways to consistently earn diamonds in the game, and other valuable currencies too. So having it be inconsistent, I think, is unwise. I think it messes with players' savings, ability to save up. So I think Mirror Crown should be moved to a consistent schedule.
Okay.
Technically, it's supposed to be every 14 days. That's obviously not happened. Now, this is not a new thing, but just something I want to touch on. The way that they set up the evolution acquisition is a bit strange, and it kind of takes a bit of the fun out of
You
the
prefer
gacha
Crown reset
experience.
weekly,
Let's
like
say you get
1.0
super
patch,
lucky.
yeah.
You pull
Rather
the
than
full
need
outfit
to
in
wait, yeah.
135 pulls. First of all, congrats. If you want the second evolution, you still have to wish 180 times. And if you want the third, you still have to wish 230 times. Like, a lot of the fun and the F2P friendliness of the gacha system sometimes is the possibility that you might get something a lot earlier than you're supposed to get it. That is how, you know, obviously
But the problem is the evolution is so late.
character gacha games work. So it is a bit odd to have, you know, you have to spend a minimum of 180 draws to get the second evolution, and then it's almost 50 more draws to get the third one. So while it's nice that it's kind
And
of
then the
consistent
final
and it
one,
is-
you need
it
to pull
is
the entire
cheaper
thing
than what
twice.
it would cost, obviously, to just have to pull every evolution. If it's 11 items times 20 pulls times 4, that would be 880 pulls. So yes, you could argue it is more generous. It's like a minimum quantity. Like, you have to spend a certain amount to get the things you want, as opposed to, you know, you hop in a game, there's a character you really want, you're like, okay, I only have 20 wishes, I'm probably not going to get it, but I'm going to try. And then you magically pull the character in 10 pulls, and it's just like the best day ever, or you get like a double or multi. It just, this is not a new concept, but while we're on the subject of monetization, I do want to bring that up. Listen, I know gacha games have to make money. Okay. And the die system. Okay, gosh, where do I start with the die system?
You need to pull,
the die
like,
system is strange because
it's
while
very
it is
strange.
super awesome that players can customize limited items, really in a complicated way and with lots of different patterns. The system of like how you unlock the palettes, the fact that you only unlock it for one item at a time, and that certain colors are locked behind evolutions, like some colors are pay to win. I do understand that they need to make money. They cannot fully
Some of the colors are pay to win,
Gotcha system. They can't de-incentivize players from pulling too much, or they would lose a lot of money. But if you put all these things together, you have to pull 220 hard pity for the feature outfit, and more. Even if you do get lucky, you still will have to pull for more to get the second evolution, and that unlocks certain color palettes in the dye system, and you still have to pay currency, which you can earn or you can buy to unlock those palettes. It's just, it's a lot of different
And if you want all the palettes, you gotta pull the entire outfit twice.
methods to earn,
Which is
to
even
get
more
money out
fun.
of their players. And I'll also bring up, while we're talking about it, people's concerned about the epiphany crystals.
What are
The
these?
idea that it's like you can just buy them in the shop, I don't think that's bad. I don't have a problem with that. But if, you know, an event rolls around and we're able to earn crystals and we get epiphany crystals for free instead of the universal revelation crystals, it's another way of restricting players' freedom
Yep.
on how they choose to spend their free-to-play currency. So my opinion on this specifically is, as long as I don't see epiphany crystals in free events where there should be revelation crystals, I'm fine with it. And then another thing I'll bring up is the shop. So
Okay.
let's look at this exclusive shop. There's a lot of free stuff. Infold is generous with their free items. However, like, let's look at this. So this is the only one I haven't bought because I don't really think I'll want it. But this says 30-day limit, 61% off, and it's 380 crystals. Original price $9.80. So if this item was going to stay for sale in the shop and was going to go up to 980 crystals, I would say, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's a sale. It's a temporary sale. But this is going away. This item
it's just going
will
away.
no longer be purchasable in 30 days.
Yep.
So this sale
This
isn't
is super
really a sale. It's
deceptive.
kind of a fake sale.
It's a fake
And
one.
this
Yep.
is an even bigger one. Like, I thought this was an item that you could wear, you know, in your wardrobe, but it turns
Okay.
out it's not. It's like an equipable item for photos. But this,
Oof.
I'll show the screenshot. This says it's 91% off. 91% off? That's
90%.
not real. Like, that's
Yeah,
just a
it's not.
tactic to get us to buy it and to feel like, oh, look, it's such a good deal.
Very, very
Look at my
scummy
PayPal.
indeed.
I can't remember how much it cost. This is why I have a VOD channel, to archive all of this stuff. Okay, here we go. So, okay, looking at this, my VOD from the other day, 92% off, original price $14.
Yikes.
But like, if this is only going to be available for 36 days and it's going to be 99 cents that whole time, doesn't it just cost 99 cents?
Yep.
Unless they're going to ever put this item in the shop for $14, this sale is fake. So like, all of
Yep,
these
it's
things
very fake.
individually, I guess I don't think they're all that bad, but all together, it concerns me how quickly
Yep.
they're like kind of ramping up how much
It's
you
just gonna
can
get worse and
spend
worse.
or might feel compelled to spend in a patch versus how much you're getting for free and how expensive the feature outfits are. So I think, like, I don't know how legally gacha monetization works. I know that a fake sale is a fake sale, so I think
Yep.
we need to stop doing the fake sales. Just put
fake
things in the
sales are
shop
fake
for however
sales.
much they cost. Just charge what you're gonna charge. And then if there is room to reconsider how the heart shine feature works. And the reason I ask, and I think it's more important now than ever, is because the heart shine evolutions, the second and the third evolutions, are integral to how the dye system works and what colors you have access to
Yep.
with the dyeing feature. So it's all jumbled up now. It's all jumbled up. And even as I'm recording this, I'm not sure if I'm going to upload it. I'm going to edit it and see how it sounds, and then who knows, maybe
Yep.
Infold is going to
People
release
could
some
mod things up in
magic
some
statement
games.
that they're going to fix everything, and, you know, they're going to give every player 100 wishes or something. But, you know, this is where I'm at with the game right now. And even after all of this, I will still say that what was attempted in Infinity Nikki 1.5 was incredibly ambitious.
Very
And
ambitious,
the patches
yeah.
up until now have been polished, and a lot was attempted, but it's clear
To an
to
extent,
me
yeah, they've been polished,
that
yeah.
they bit off more than they could chew, and ended up releasing a patch that just wasn't ready.
It
wasn't
was not
wasn't
ready, yeah.
finished. This is a tough video to make, but I do want to make it because part of the role that I played in the 1.5 live stream was giving player feedback to Infold.
Okay.
So I want to do that now. Again, this was not comprehensive. Please feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments and let me know what else you would like to see changed, if anything. Obviously, specific bugs, please keep reporting them to Infold, and developers obviously are working to fix it. I make this video because I love this game. And my role as a content creator, you know, it ebbs and flows and changes, and sometimes I take breaks and I step away from live service games because it can be a bit intense sometimes.
Yeah,
but
they
this
can
is a
be
situation,
intense.
like, I really am making this video because I love Infinity Nikki. And I want it to be good. I want it to be great. I want it to be remembered. I want it to be enjoyed and globally known. And I want players to be able to connect meaningfully over the game and inside the game. And I want them to recover from this. So
okay. You want it to be recovered?
I hope that it is received in the spirit in which it was presented, I suppose. And I hope things are better soon. I really, with all my heart, I hope that things are better soon. And in the meantime, I'm still enjoying the dying feature, even though it's pretty limited for me until I start spending my currency. I still think there's a lot of, you know, I'm still logging in every day and I'm collecting stuff to work on the Sea of Stars outfit. And I still have hope in spite of my disappointment, and I think a lot of players feel the same. So those are my thoughts. I'm sure I will think of a bunch of things as soon as I hit stop recording, but I will stop there and let you guys fill in the blanks and add more if you feel so inclined. So I hope that this, if you're watching this as a player, which obviously most of you are, I hope that this makes you feel a little better, that, you know, most content creators, you know, it's tough to decide what to say, when to say it, but I want to be an advocate for you guys as much as I can. We want the same things. We want the game to be good, and we want it to be better, and we want to continue loving it. So I hope we hear from info very soon. I think it is Labor Day. I don't know exactly how that plays out. I'm sure a lot of people are working overtime right now.
Yeah, Golden Week, Labor Day
exactly
in China, yep.
Wish you lots of love and hope and good sleep. I guess we'll see. We'll see how the ball bounces in the next probably couple weeks. There's so much potential. There's so much potential. There's so many good things about this game, and we want the best.
I mean, they won't really say anything for like another week or so, right? Because like what? They have the Labor Day into Golden Week stuff in China. Alright, what's this thing? What is this?
2 minutes ago.
Pakistan army confirms attack by India. India launched an attack on Pakistan. Okay.
India launches missile attack on Pakistan. India has attacked Pakistan. It's... Oh my god.
We'll just speed it up a bit.
This is literally happening right now. 2 minutes ago.
Okay. Damn.
Wow. Jesus.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Are we worried? I mean, yeah, it's... Yeah, holy fuck, man. India launches airstrikes deep inside Pakistan. In a dramatic escalation of Indo-Pakistani tensions, multiple explosions were reported in Pakistan-administered regions. Residents of Muzaffarabad, I don't know how to say that.
Okay.
The capital of Pakistani-administered Kashmir reported hearing several loud blasts throughout midnight, though the cause remains unconfirmed. I mean, I don't know about being unconfirmed. Pakistan launches second missile as Kashmir. So Pakistan launched a missile at India too.
So they're fighting back. Okay. Crazy
Holy shit. It's happening? It's actually happening. Wow. Nothing ever happens? I mean, I'm looking at something happening, though. That's what's crazy. Because I'm usually a nothing ever happens kind of guy, too.
Yeah, already Cold War.
But this
it's like China versus every Asian country, yep. Heard about that. It's like I said before, you don't win a war, you just make the other side lose more. The goal isn't to win a war, but to make the other side lose even further. Make them lose even more. Nobody wins a war. Unless you're selling supplies.
I mean, obviously it's a fucking jet.
Right, unless you're selling supplies and weapons, you do not win a war. Your goal is to make the other side lose more.
Jet activity over Islamabad with air defense is active. Reports are now emerging. Holy fuck, man. This is nuts. That's a missile, not a jet? Maybe you're right.
Exactly. The sum of all this stuff decreases. That's why I said the only ones that win a war are the ones providing all the shit they need.
Oh boy.
No, Tara, there is a winner. The winner is the merchants selling all the equipment. Selling all the supplies, selling all the food, selling all the weapons. Those are the winners of a war. Everyone else is the loser. But yeah.
Wow. They're gearing up? Yeah. Wait, did this guy have a fucking... What the hell was that? Oh, I thought that was a fucking... I thought that was like a halberd or something. No,
Nope.
It's just an AK. Oh my god. Okay, let's see if there's any more information about this. I'll refresh, because this... Yeah, like, when people said this, it literally happened 2 minutes ago.
USA guaranteed winner because they sell most of the weapons. Big brain, yeah.
Wow. India, oh shit. Oh, so wait, they just did a press release about this too.
Okay, press release now.
May 7th. So okay, so they're a day ahead.
Okay.
A little while ago, Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistani occupied Jammu and Kashmir. While terrorist attacks in India have been planned and directed, overall 9 sites have been targeted. Our actions have been focused and measured around non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and method of execution. These steps come in the wake of the barbaric Felgam terrorist attack in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were murdered. We are living up to the commitment that those responsible for these attacks will be held accountable. So, non-escalatory my ass? I don't know, man.
We'll see. Yep. But they fired them off.
Wow. That's a whole lot. Shit's getting wild. What's the big deal
It's a
when
lot,
India
yeah.
does it, but not the USA? I think it's a big deal if, like, I mean, if this was the US bombing Iran, I'd be saying, ah, fuck. You know, like, I mean, I feel like everybody would. This is a big deal when it happens anywhere. Both sides.
Yeah, someone misinterpreted. You're fired. A bit too literally. Yep.
Yeah,
you're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
Man, I didn't even know Pakistan had nuclear bombs. Pakistani army confirms the attack.
That's their problem, man.
Wow.
Yep, it is what it is.
India met with Trump, probably going to get the go-ahead. So you think that because, yeah, didn't India, yeah.
And India, as an example, is one of the highest tariffs in the world.
Yep.
We're not going to put up with that. And they've agreed already to drop it. They'll drop it to nothing. They've already agreed. They would have never done that for anybody else.
What did they bomb strategically?
So,
they said that they bombed terrorist compounds that were non-military and like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, like, I mean, if you're dropping bombs like this, I can't imagine that civilians don't get killed, right? I mean, obviously they're going to get killed, but like the, as like collateral damage, but I mean, clearly the goal seems like it's probably to destroy like certain areas without actually attacking the military directly. Let's see if there's a couple more videos.
Okay. And then they just see it just blow up. Damn. They just see the explosion there. Oh, and then another one.
Usually
People are making a joke in his head is in Canada.
It's just gonna be like some far off noise, but like,
yep.
You just see this shit happen. Wow.
Right,
Swings
like
on
people
both
in his
sides?
chat
Well,
just
yeah,
said,
I
"Is
mean,
this
obviously,
Canada?"
like, I mean, it's
I mean, this is part of why it's like I just don't really care. I understand why they're like making that shit post there.
So,
But that has
I
that's
always
its own
think
other
about
thing.
this, like, whenever I see, like, wars like this happen, like, whether it's something that happens in, like...
I just look at it in a different way, right? Hey, if they destroy each other, that's less problems for us. Less potential problems. If they're too busy destroying each other, less potential problems in the future. I started looking at things that way.
Yemen or Palestine or now like
But,
Pakistan
like,
and
yeah.
India. I always think about like how lucky we are in the US that this shit doesn't happen here. It's like such a crazy like cuz there's a lot of it's like a fish in water that doesn't know that water is there. It's like we're in yet. Well, there's always yets, right?
Okay.
I mean like what are we saying yets for, right? I mean, yet, like, it's not happening, right? And it hasn't happened except for, like, September 11th.
Oh, but yeah.
Right?
Right.
And, like, that was, like, one thing. It's really crazy that, like, people in these countries have to live in fear of this shit. It's like, fucking terrifying, man. They're too far. It's the Brits' fault, 1947.
Yeah, don't get in. Usually don't get involved. You guys act like children, handle it like men. Yeah.
Like, not really, right? I'm not.
Exactly. That's why, like, what I said before. It's like all these other wars and shit, with the dumbasses protesting in places they really shouldn't. It's like, fine, go help them yourselves. Don't drag us into it. You know, that's cool and all. You want to go help whatever side. But don't do that yourself. Don't drag other people in a different country into it. It's not our problem, it's theirs. And it's like, it's at that point with like how often this shit goes down. It's like, you know what? Maybe we should just, here's the idea. You just nuke the entire place so it no longer exists. Then they can't fight over it anymore. Just get rid of it entirely. If they're gonna keep acting that way, just take it away from them. Then no one can have it. Like, then I started to think of things that way. You know what? If they're gonna keep fighting over this area or that area, whatever, just get rid of that area entirely. No one can have it. Just take it away from them entirely. Nah, the British drawing straight lines across on the map, them doing it and them not doing it won't change anything. Because if it wasn't the Brits, it would have been the French. Or the Spanish, or the Portuguese, or whatever else you want to drag into it. They were all like doing all that shit back then. It doesn't matter who did it, right? Someone else is just gonna do it instead, right? You take the Brits out of the equation, someone else would have taken up the place, right? Like, let's be real. But then like they left in a mess after they left, right? But then they still act the way they do. So, like, at that point, it's like, it doesn't matter if it happened or not, because it was going to happen either way. So maybe we should just take it away from them so that they can't do it. Right? Just completely get rid of it so that no one can have it. And that's, like, the mindset I've slowly started to develop. I'm like, you know what? They're having this fight or war over there. Just get rid of the place entirely. Then they won't have the war anymore because they can't have it if they don't exist.
I'm not an expert in the geopolitics of Pakistan and India, okay? Like, I would assume that probably after World War II, there was a lot of fuck-ups and, like, things like that happened. But, like, it's historically wrong. I just don't understand it. I don't want to repeat things that could be wrong. That's it.
Oh yeah, the
Dude,
great
imagine,
nation
like,
of Hungary.
This is like where you live.
Uh-huh. But yeah, they're just looking at explosions and shit. Alright, and then they just have like news reports on the explosions. And then they're gonna just keep pushing the blame across, is what it looks like from those headlines. It's whatever. Let's just get on to the other main thing we were gonna talk about. Let's just go look at the GTA trailer. And then I'll end it here. We'll do more of the reacts later. Right, it's been almost 5 hours. Let's look at GTA6. Right. And then we end off here.
What you doing up there?
I'm just fixing some leaks.
Seriously,
all right.
dude, you got some time on your hands. I got some properties with paying tenants.
Oh, that's why you came by?
Just go get me my checks.
See you, Brian.
Okay.
Love you, Jason.
Ananda trailer, no gameplay, yeah. No gameplay. True, true. Where's the gameplay, guys? Where's the gameplay? Where's the gameplay? Actually, just Ananda trailer, no gameplay. Gameplay where?
I'm here for Lucia Caminos.
Oh, wait, no, I got big brain. We'll just put the endless bloody sea over it.
She's supposed to be getting out.
What's your name?
Drown it out with
Jason
different music.
Duvall.
Big
I've
brain.
seen her before.
You might have. Hey.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, Rockstar Games presents.
You, stay. The new beginnings.
Okay. I mean, yeah, CGI trailer still looks nice.
That matters is who you know and what you got.
Do this. We're doing it right.
See this full effect? And they got your name, address, they got everything. Cops, we gotta protect each other.
Okay.
You and me, Lou. We got this.
Oh, so they're in Vice City again. Okay. So they go back to Vice City. So GTA 6 is in Vice City. Okay. If you want weapon materials, the most efficient thing to do is fishing. Somehow versus doing the mission trials. Okay, fair enough. Instead of just buying those reward vouchers. Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday. Oh, true. Ananta release trailer after. That'd be hilarious.
Hey.
Hey, if you got friends, can you hook me up, please?
And there we go, GTA 6. I mean, it's just another trailer. But like you again, you can see here, PS5, Xbox Series. There's a disclaimer. But the disclaimer doesn't really tell us much else. So this was just in-game cutscenes from the PS5. Got it. PS5 in-game cutscene stuff. That's basically all they showed. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man. But like, we still don't have gameplay. It's been 84 years. Gameplay where? But like, it's Rockstar. They know what they're doing. Yeah, captured on PS5, yeah. Again, this is like what they do, right? They release their first PS5 Xbox, and then the year after they're gonna release it on the PS6 and the next Xbox probably the year after, and then at the year after that we'll get PC release or something. Right? They did that with GTA 5, right? Where they released it initially on the PS3 and Xbox 360. Year later they got an Xbox One and PS4 release, and then the year after that they got the PC release. They always do this shit. Right? They like to double dip. They do it with their other games too. Like they'll release console first, a year or so later they'll release the PC version after. If there's multiple generations, well then they'll do old generation first, year later the next one, and then after that they'll do the PC one. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see what happens. There's no mention of PC on this trailer. There's no mention, just Xbox and PlayStation. So we'll see. We shall see. Right, we shall see. But yeah. That said though, we'll just save the rest of the reacts for tomorrow. It's already like 4:30 AM anyways over here. It is what it is, man. Yeah, that's a lot of vouchers. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna say anything because I have no idea when what's gonna happen when. Right? But we'll see. Right? We'll see. But yeah. And that said though, as usual guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. I'm gonna just go get some sleep. We're ending early here. We had a much longer stream yesterday anyways, cause like, we farmed the fucking mech skin. But yeah, I wanna get some sleep. So yeah, shorter stream today. See you guys. See ya.